sent to council. So that goes through all of my learnings from that week. It covered water infrastructure, housing, economic and workforce readiness, fire resilience, public safety, and more. Homelessness, one of the biggest pieces there. And these are all relevant topics to where we are right now as a city. And I think that there are several learnings that I would love to talk about. I know I can't read the 7-page report to you in this session, but over time, I will try to release this information or figure out a way of letting people see it and read it. But it was really great, and I'm really looking forward to the homelessness talk, the study session tonight on that topic, because that was top of mind for almost all the cities. They're all facing the same issue, and they're trying to figure out holistic ways of solving it. So that's it.
We don't have audio to people in the outer world, meaning at home or wherever. It's working now? Oh, it's working now. We're getting a text, so it's the only way we know. We need to go around and poll each person to excuse Sarah from study session. Councilor Rosati?
Yes. Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
No.
Yes. So she'll be excused for this. Councilor Demott.
I had one thing since we were together last week, and that was I went on the legislative tour with the mayor and the chamber with Juliet Abdel, and it was pretty amazing. I enjoyed it. We started off at Sweet Inspirations, went to the Silhouettes, and then I think the gentleman's business. It's like pods. I can't remember what the
units.
Units, and pretty interesting. It's those new warehouses down off of Huron. And so it's basically like a competitor with pods. Like he kept saying how they try not to say that, but he kept saying it. But it was pretty neat, like seeing inside their warehouse. I guess that's a pretty big market. So that gentleman he bought the franchise that's covers almost the whole northern metro area. And then we went up to Aloft Marriott, which that's where the mayor and I were asked about the entertainment districts, which I know I've asked about for a long time. I know that there's another business owner, Adrian, up at 3 Margaritas, that's been wanting that for a long time. So I'm glad to hear that that's moving forward. But it was good to be able to go out with the chamber and hear from different businesses and what things that they're concerned about. That was a pretty productive tour. Got to hear some good perspectives from them. So
Thought I saw the chief in here, but I don't. But it reminded me that yeah.
he's hiding behind
Oh,
those guys.
sorry. Just real quick, and I don't have to have answers right this second, but Metro Mayors is looking for, with the possibility of having free fare for a month at RTD, they want to know, cities are bringing up this could lead to more impact with police departments, because how will, with all the lines with rail and fares on buses being free, how is that going to move around the homeless? How much time do you spend now going through RTD garages, any of the bus stops, whatever? And what impacts do you see that to the city for homelessness and an increase in your work as enforcement? So I just, if in the next day or two, somebody would shoot me an email so I can get it to Metro Mayor, that would be great. Deputy City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. In an effort to allow for as much time as possible during your executive session, I'd like to defer the manager's report tonight, and I'll have some comments that I otherwise would have given during item 4 on your agenda for tonight. So I'd like to defer that.
Thank you. That brings us to reason for executive session.
Thank you, Mayor. The proposed executive session for City Council this evening is to consult with the City Attorney regarding the legal issues associated with remediation of homeless encampments pursuant to Westminster Municipal Code 1113C8 and Colorado Revised Statute 246402-4B.
It is 6:43, and I will poll council that you will that you want to go into executive session and you'll keep it confidential. Councilor Usadi?
Yes.
Dumont?
Yes.
Mayor McNally, yes.
Lindsay, yes.
Counselor Seymour, yes.
I have a question. What are we going to discuss that needs to be confidential? Do we have any idea, or we just got to do it to find out?
Well, I'd like to be able to communicate with you and give you some legal advice as city attorney. to
Okay,
clients.
yes.
Yes, Dave Franco.
You have to state your name for the record.
My name is Thomas Herrera Mischler, and yes, I agree to keep it confidential.
Dave Downing, yes.
Mark Hoff, yes. Brian Fuselight, yes.
Robert, yes.
Barbara Opie, yes.
Larry Dorr, yes. Thank you.
We're in executive session.
Pause. I don't know how to turn this off.
It's hard to identify. Hard to identify the police officers. Personally, but it's not an absolute certainty. It's around that under that. So by 22, that's where that's coming from. Just the way that was said. I think that's what they done to that. Well,
We have one. Oh. Schrader went to the restroom.
Oh, sure. I'm just gonna try to get you guys to go about the documentation. You can't go. I'm like, well, let's call him after Terry can go. Like,
The sheriff is.
Good, how are you?
well, thanks.
Drinks. Okay, tonight. We appreciate it. Thank you. You carried over just a little bit. Yeah, it makes it a good session. So that's gonna happen. Indeed. Welcome to our council chambers. We're recorded in cameras and all this. So we try to. City attorney.
Good seeing you too. Okay, how are you? Good seeing you again.
Congratulations.
Yeah, it's been a while. What's up, Justice? Justice, shake your hand. Well, thank you. I was gonna come over to you. How are you? Good seeing you, Bruce. How are you? Good, how are you?
Welcome, and our next, our first agenda item for the public is our public safety discussion with Adams and Jeffco. And so Deputy City Manager Dorr, would you introduce?
Thank you, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and councilors. In response to your request, we've invited our distinguished guests to be here tonight to talk about arrests and detentions and have a conversation surrounding that. And we welcome you to our City Council chambers and City Hall. Thank you for being here. And Chief Robert, would you kindly introduce our guests and take this up?
Absolutely. Interim Chief of Police, Nolan Howard. Mayor, at your request and the council's request, invited the two sheriffs here tonight to answer questions about our partnership in, some of the things that we've seen over the last couple of years with jailing people, that type of stuff. But obviously it's a bigger picture with the state, but invited the two experts here that could maybe speak to it a little bit better. So Jefferson County Sheriff Jeff Schrader and Adams County Sheriff Rick Ragenborn are here tonight to assist in this discussion. So I guess at that point in time, kind of based off the request, I would turn it over to you.
Thank you, and thank you both for being with us. Mayor Pro Tem and I were, during Christmas, we went to roll calls, and one night we had 3 people that had 3 different accidents separately. They were all 3 DUI, and they were apologizing to us because they couldn't find a jail cell for them and had to put them back out on the street. So, frustration's been high. And so I think it'd be good to just hear from you. We know where we've been. I just read in some of our reports that things are loosening a little bit. So could you just each talk a little bit about that and tell us, and I know also, I think the public needs to understand, we know in 217, some of the felonies went to misdemeanors. And in March 1st, some more of those felonies went to misdemeanors. Public doesn't know what that means. They know their cars are being stolen. They know that catalytic converters are being stolen, even at church services. And they're sick and tired of everybody walking in the door and walking back out. So just to help us understand what's been going on.
So that sounded like an open question. So I can go almost anywhere I choose with
You
that.
can.
I'll let you go first.
Okay.
It's easier to follow you.
And then Rick can clean up. Well, good evening, counselors. My name is Jeff Schrader. I'm the Jefferson County Sheriff. I've been in office for a little more than 7 years. I've been with the Sheriff's Office for 38. To be candid, none of us have ever seen or imagined that we would be dealing with some of the circumstances that we are. But the fact is we are. But so you know what you've been through. But let me recap, because there were some things that apparently lost in translation a year and a half ago when I got a letter from the mayor at the time and other mayors throughout the county that was driven by city managers. And so some of that dialogue, I think, is worth taking a little bit of time to have a discussion about as well.
Absolutely.
But so let's go back a couple of years, 3 to be exact. Jefferson County was facing budget concerns. And I in particular came to the Westminster City Council and asked for support for a 1A ballot initiative because of my primary concern was what it was going to do to jail population. My budget was cut $6.5 million, plus there were other policy decisions that were also changed within the county that had additional impacts on the budget that transferred responsibility for some budgetary things, such as we had to backstop all of the retirement payouts that the county used to do. So we had to plan for that, another $1 million. So a net effect of about $8 million in budgetary impact. That was no small matter. That ballot initiative obviously failed, and with plenty of proper and prior notice to city councils and mayors, we were informing that we were closing a floor of the jail. We would not have the budget to support the staff, and that was one portion of what we had done. So that took effect January 1 of 2020. No secret to anybody that 3 months later, we were in a worldwide pandemic and we had impacts from that. That in and of itself reduced jail populations because the criminal justice system changed. The practices of the district attorney's office changed, the practices of the courts changed, and candidly, sheriffs throughout the state, myself and Sheriff Reigenborn, both had to do things that none of us ever had to do. We had to impose jail arrest or booking standards. And the fact is that impacts from COVID have remained and still do to some measure. And we still have impacts from budget reduction that have gone on. Our jail capacity, our rated capacity went from 1,392 in 2019 to now what we are permitting today, 1,022. That is the rated capacity of what we are able to manage. One, with the space that we have available, dealing with the impacts of COVID, and dealing with the staff that we have on board. Now, in between that time that I got a letter from the mayors in September-ish of 2020, and now, and a lot closer to then, I asked the Board of County Commissioners for backstop funding so that I could reopen the floor of the jail temporarily, utilizing CARES Act dollars. They did authorize that for 1 year. Now, we can't just hire people and they show up. It is a 1 year process to hire an individual, and it's $100,000 investment in each of those individuals just to get them on board and fully working. So none of that has happened fast. The other thing that has happened, and this is no secret to anybody in the room, is there is a challenged workforce environment where it is difficult to bring people on. So while I have had opportunity with backstop funding to bring people on, the fact is in spite of our best efforts, we're still 88 people below our authorized strength. So far more than the 40 that were reduced, but that's just the circumstance that we have to deal with. In addition to that, because we have had to put so many people on in spite of, to counterbalance the numbers of retirements that we have had. And I do want to go back to Senate Bill 2217 because I think that did have an impact on it. In spite of all of that, we still have, in addition to being 88 below our authorized strength, I still have about 60 or 65 people in some level of training, either in a law enforcement post academy or in a detention deputy academy or in a field training program, getting ready to do the job fully. So that's the circumstances that we're having to deal with. And that's what causes us to put the population at the cap that we do. So in our environment, what we do is we have a rated capacity based upon a jail use plan, based upon the staff that we have available and the space that we have available for them to work. Also acknowledging that we have to deal with continuing impacts from COVID. We don't just bring people in and put them into general population anymore. People who come into the jail are offered a Abbott Binex Now test upon being booked in. If they test negative, then we have more alternative in terms of housing. If they don't want to take a test, and they don't have to, then we have to put them in isolation for 10 days. Or 5 days rather now. The CDC relaxed some of the standards, but we still have that impact. So it doesn't afford us the opportunity, so we have to keep more space available. So when we go 2% above that 1,022, 2% above it, then I have to impose additional restrictions. Now that number moved up earlier this year based upon the reduction that we saw in the COVID numbers statewide, nationwide. And we were able to increase the capacity to 1,022. But when we go 2% above that, then I have to do something else. So the first step is that we implement early release. I have a standing chief judge order where I will implement an early release for people who are sentenced to the jail. If that doesn't produce the result to get us down close to that number, that 1,022, then I'm going to have to consider other alternatives like reducing or increasing the standards for which somebody would be booked into jail. Now, one of the things that we have made a knowing decision on, and this was with consultation of chiefs of police throughout the county, was that there was a desire to not do the slinky dog effect. So increase the ability to put people in jail and then put greater restriction on. and then increase it and put greater restriction on, because that would just confuse and frustrate people that you heard in briefing the other day even more. So what are the standards today? So we've been mindful to say we have to do this in a measured approach. So while we have 2% above when we make a decision, we don't react and undo some of those standards until we go 2% below that number as well. So 4% margin, 2% above, 2% below is the information that we operate off of in the Jefferson County Jail. Going back to Senate Bill 2217, that actually had no impact on charges of crime. That was only police reform that bill dealt with. There was a bill in the first in a series of 3 that will happen over 3 successive legislative sessions that did pass last year, that does change classification of a number of crimes from felony to misdemeanor. And it also realigns the penalties on misdemeanors. So the legislation that was proposed last year, and I don't recall the number of the bill.
21-271.
Like the chief said, he memorized it all. That bill is the first in a series of 3, and it dealt with misdemeanor crimes. This year, the legislature, based upon the Commission on Criminal and Juvenile Justice, is introducing, and it in all likelihood will pass, that there will be reclassification of felony crimes with penalties associated with those. And in the 3rd year, there will be the sex crimes and some other special crimes will be dealt with in a similar fashion, a reclassification of those. So yes, those things have changed, but I believe one of the impacts of the bill last year was that on a first-time DUI offense, it is not a jailable offense upon arrest. Nonetheless, with the restrictions and the challenges that we have, one of the things that we have asked people in our own departments, and to be very candid about this, I don't only run a jail. I also have responsibility for protecting 230,000 residents of unincorporated Jefferson County. So I have deputy sheriffs who work in a patrol capacity who are faced with these same challenges. So I do understand, and I get the frustration of somebody who is working on the street saying, what do I do in this circumstance? Well, one of the things that we have proposed, and we were frustrated with initially, was that in a bill that was proposed last year, ultimately it was defeated, but one of the pieces that was pulled out by the authors of the bill, and we didn't want this to pass, and it had to do with bail reform. But one of the pieces in it was it would not have permitted us, absent the permission of the district attorney, to issue felony summons. So up until here very recently, that has not been a topic of discussion in Jefferson County for a cop or a deputy sheriff to have the ability to issue a summons on a felony level crime, which is an alternative to jail. So in Jefferson County, we have proposed that. The district attorney has agreed to entertain that. We're actually in final format on that, on what that summons would look like. And provided we get past that within the next month or so, there should be the opportunity for an officer to issue a felony summons in Jefferson County, citing somebody into court on a felony level crime, where before the process was it had to go to the district attorney. They would evaluate and determine if a felony summons was appropriate and then issue it some months after the crime had actually occurred. So one of the things that I think people want to know is what action can people to examine? What are the alternatives to putting somebody in jail? So sometimes it is a summons on a misdemeanor crime, and sometimes it might be a summons on a felony crime in the future. But currently there isn't even a statute that permits that absent the permission of the district attorney. So those are the circumstances that we are dealing with. The question that comes up is, so you have money to get more people. When are you going to get more people and open up more space in the jail? Well, I'm looking for answers to that. And the challenge is in the recruiting effort. We are facing the same challenges in recruiting in Jefferson County as I'm guessing that you are in Westminster and almost the rest of the Denver metro area is facing, at least in terms of public safety. Applications are down about 40% from where they were in 2019. If our applications are down, typically that means that we're going to be hiring less. We have been doing everything we can to recruit and then also retain. The fact is when applications go down, so competition goes up in other law enforcement agencies. We compete with everybody for the same number of applicants throughout the Denver metro area. It's just a reality of what we have. If we stay on track with our estimations and our plans for the recruit academies that we have coming on, the best case scenario is that mid-year we would open up another module in the county jail. And that would increase that rated capacity of what we would be able to hold in the county jail. I'll caution, that's the best case scenario. I suspect that it's going to be closer to fall when that number changes from 1,022. The thing that I didn't offer you yet is today we were at 1,002. So we're within 20 bodies of that margin. That ebbs and flows. So I've talked enough. Sheriff Reigenborn hit me under the table. He wanted his time to talk.
Thank you.
You've done well, thanks. We're facing the same that Jefferson County is facing. And so we, likewise, when COVID started rearing its ugly head, had to really take a long, hard look at what are we going to allow into the jail. And one of the things that Sheriff Schrader forgot to mention is, as we're bringing inmates in that are sick, our staff is getting sick as well. And so it really became problematic because for me at one point, how am I going to continue to run the jail when all of my deputies are sick? Who can I call? Can I call Westminster PD? Is chief going to send me a couple of people to run the jail? And so we really had to take a hard look and set our guidelines to make sure that we were being responsive to not only our staff in the jail, but we quickly realized that our patrol deputies were getting sick too from being in the same car, close quarters, transporting those folks. And so it relays back down to even your patrol officers when they're transporting those folks. And so if we didn't need to jail some people, we really felt it was the best bet to not jail them, issue a summons, and let's keep them out of the jail. We've done really well in Adams County. Our count pre-COVID was right around 1,190 some. So it fluctuated at close to that almost 1,200 mark. When COVID came in, the DA's office, the judges, and all of them started looking at all of those cases and some of those people that had been sentenced and how could we move some of those folks. Some of those folks needed to be moved to Department of Corrections, and DOC was just not taking their folks. And so that was a problem. Our count went down to right around 600, and we hovered that 600 for quite some time. Our COVID cases would fluctuate pretty up and down, but we did really well at controlling that. We started quarantining folks immediately upon coming into the jail. We still do that practice today, and we're COVID testing them as they come in the back door. So even if they get a COVID test, that kind of dictates to whether if they have COVID, we're moving them down to the medical unit. If they're not, they're going into quarantine. And we're trying to keep them paired up with 2 people in each room so that even though they're quarantined, they're not completely isolated. They have somebody to talk to, making sure that we take care of that part. We don't end up having somebody commit suicide, even though that has happened even in our jail, that even with a bunkmate, they still end up committing suicide. So we've put all of those things in place, and that's worked really well. Our count is on the rise. We've relaxed some of the things we wouldn't take before. We are taking them now. And so our count is back up, and our population count was 872. So our numbers are back up. the second week in a row, we've had 0 COVID cases in the jail. So we have nobody positive in our jail. So I don't know how we've managed that, but we don't have any positive cases currently and haven't for the second week. I won't get that number again until late on Wednesday. We were also looking, sounds like there was some concern as to what we were accepting or how many municipal beds we were allowing you folks to have. And so years ago, there was a lawsuit that involved the Sheriff Doug Dar at the time. And there's a settlement agreement, and I have that if you wanted to see that. But really what it became was we had the ability to hold 80 municipal charges within the jail. And so we really look at that as a total number. And so the number for Westminster is you guys are allotted 12 beds. As of last week, you guys were using 5. But there's a lot of agencies that aren't using any. Arvada's not using any of theirs. Town of Bennett's not using theirs. Brighton's not using theirs. Commerce City's not using theirs. And then you got some folks that have very, very low numbers. Thornton, and of course, you guys are in that low number as well. But we look at that total number of 80. And so when one city or all the cities combined exceed that 80, that's when we start looking to see who has more than their allotted beds. And then that's when we'll start charging for those municipal beds. Currently, there's only 15 beds being used out of the 80, so there's plenty of room for the municipal charges. And looking through our history, you guys have, no municipal agency has been billed for beds after you guys reach that settlement, so. Yeah.
Sorry, quick question. What do we get charged for? What is the charge?
I don't know what the dollar amount is. I'd have to read through it, and it's probably changed over the years because of that settlement agreement. But you'd be charged for what it would cost if you exceeded your 12 beds of inmates. But it's not just 12, because if Westminster or if Thornton isn't using all of their beds, it's kind of like a shared group plan. If you think about your shared minute plans on your cell phones, if the group doesn't go over the total number of 80, you won't receive a bill, which you haven't. So hopefully that makes a little more sense when you think of it as shared minutes. I have a list here of all of the municipal inmates that you guys have if you wanted to see that. And believe it or not, it fits on one page. Some of them have multiple charges, but that's neither here nor there. As the sheriff said, some of the things that have changed is the legislation. One of the things for us is with some of those changes in the statutes, those inmates that are in locked cells now have to have a road check every 15 minutes. And so that increased the staffing that I had to have in the jail, because as you can imagine, going through 194 beds, about the time they get done, that's been 15 minutes. And so they're just constantly walking a circle in there, making sure that the inmates are okay. So that's been a challenge for us. As Sheriff Schrader said, we don't take first-time DUI offenses anymore. We try and find other alternatives for them. That might mean that they go to a hospital or a detox center. In some very rare cases, we'll call family members to have them come pick them up. But it's been a struggle. And our jail in Adams County is over 30 years old. And so we have one portion of our jail that's completely closed off as we're trying to get it back into standards. The plumbing is failing in that portion of the jail. The showers are leaking behind the walls. And so we found that as soon as that one gets renovated and fixed, it'll just be another area that we've got to go to with another 194 beds that are shut down as we start moving through the jail. The alternative to that is to build a new jail. And it won't cost much, anywhere between $500 and $550 million, give or take $50 million. And that wouldn't include the land. So it's not going to go away anytime soon. We need to fix what we have and then project into the future so that we can actually hold some of those things. And part of that is trying to figure out what the legislators are going to want us to hold and what they want us to release, to how big of a jail that we need to build. And I'm sure the sheriff can tell you the same thing, that when COVID hit and some of these bills were being passed, one of the things that we can't do is I can no longer have inmates cook the food for other inmates. So we've had to increase our budget by almost $2 million just to have staff come in and cook the food. I can no longer have the inmates washing the laundry. And that's another $1 million, because to have an inmate work while they're in custody
considered an indentured servant, and they don't feel that's proper. So some of those costs are getting rolled back in, and we're having to increase our budgets. My budget increased just for the jail over $3 million, just so we could do food and laundry at the jail. So those are some of the things that we're struggling with. And as we put out those restrictions and said, these are some of the folks that we'll accept, and these are the things that we would like you to not accept. At the very bottom of our policies, you'll see if an officer feels that the person doesn't meet the criteria, but there's such a risk that they need them to be in jail, call us, and we'll work with you to make sure that we come to an appropriate solution. And I can tell you Westminster's called at least once that I know of, because I've been woke up in the middle of the night for at least one. And Commerce City is pretty frequent at calling and asking for those resources for us to take some of those folks in. I can tell you I've not told anybody no. When the phone call comes to me and your officer feels that it's a safety risk enough and they walk me through everything that's happened, I've always said yes. And I'll continue to do that. That's the right thing to do for our citizens, but it's also the right thing to do for our officers.
Councilor Seymour?
Oh, wait.
Oh.
Yep, go ahead. Oh, well, I have a couple general questions too. Actually, a statement. Why are we still testing people from COVID? Is that basically on CDC guidelines? Because tell me about COVID now.
I have 5 positives.
Okay, are they sick? I mean, asymptomatic COVID is a real thing and has been since the beginning. And so we'll get into the science later, but I don't understand how that affects our population now when we have packed stadiums of people and people are out and about. I understand a jail's different. It's like a very close family unit, but
You hit the nail on the head there, Rich. It is different. It's a close congregate living environment. And CDC has not relaxed requirements on jails or other congregate living circumstances.
okay.
So why are we testing? We're offering a test,
Okay.
and it helps us in the jail management, whether we isolate people, everybody for 5 days, or we just isolate the people who test positive when they come in, or who don't test rather. Right? If it gives us information, and they don't have to.
If you have to isolate them, that impacts your numbers though, correct? As far as,
Yep.
Because that's one bed, one person. Okay.
So part of the problem is I've taken inmates, and I'm sure Sheriff Schrader's the same way, from other agencies. I had a van with 6 inmates come in. By the time that 4 of those 6, that agency knew they were positive with COVID prior to leaving their facility. 2 of them were symptomatic, 2 were non-symptomatic. Brought them into our jail. We had single-digit numbers. We were under 10. When those 6 came into our jail within less than 2 weeks, we were over 196 inmates infected with COVID because of those 6. And that becomes the challenge then, is how do we get this number back down? And how do we keep our staff from getting it? That's, for me, the bigger issue is how do I keep the staff from getting it? Because when my staff gets sick, I don't have anybody to turn to help us get those numbers back up and to make sure that we're getting those 15-minute road checks done. So that's a bigger issue for me. I understand that some of those may not all be symptomatic, but I don't know if the symptomatic and asymptomatic, who's the spreader out of that group? And so, as Sheriff Schrader said, they are in close quarters. They're very confined in that area. And even when they're out in their day space, they're still in very close contact. And that's the bigger issue. So
Then the other thing is, you mentioned on the indentured servitude part, was that a court ruling or was that legislation?
legislation is the one that, from our county attorney's perspective, was saying you can't have them working there anymore because it falls under the indentured servant. And their recommendation for us was just stop doing it so that we don't get in a lawsuit. We'll figure out the budget so that we don't have that.
And that was Colorado state legislation?
Correct.
What did that cost you?
Shocking.
I believe that was a statewide ballot initiative. We've taken a different view of that. We don't operate the same way. We still have inmate workers that provide support. But I can see why, based upon that statewide ballot question a couple of years ago, that created that question. One of the things that I didn't mention, but I'll offer, is that we have done other things to mitigate impacts on the population. I've moved all of our work release off-site to a community corrections provider. That's roughly 100 prisoners. And so that ended up freeing up space. So effectively, that jail population would be around 1,100 or 1,122. So we'd be about 1,100 today instead of the 1,000 that we're at. The other part of that is that the community corrections provider is suffering a staffing shortage to the point where community corrections sentenced inmates, I have 58 in custody today that are supposed to be in community corrections. Not the work release program, but the alternative to prison community corrections. And whenever those impacts happen in the state, and that is something that we faced during the entirety of COVID. In fact, I sued the governor and the Department of Corrections over them not taking prisoners during COVID. When those other parts of the system slow down, it has an impact. It's that same slinky dog thing that we don't want to have happen to any part.
I actually have a question for Chief. The sheriff mentioned about if we have cases that we feel really need to find a bed. Do all our people realize that?
They do. We've had supervisors reach out to their supervisors. We haven't always reached out directly to the sheriff.
Yeah, please don't.
We have,
And his cell phone number is?
we have had those conversations. There were times, I mean, as some of these rules changed within COVID, based off of their the arrest standards and that type of thing, there were frustrations where we did, where we've talked one-on-one, where we had some of those fall through the cracks, where, hey, we didn't get this guy in. And when we look at all the facts afterwards, they should have been allowed in, that type of thing, under some of these circumstances. So we've had those, those certain examples where they didn't get in that piece of it. But as a whole, the supervisors are aware that if they feel it's appropriate and it's a danger to society, it's not just because the guy has certain personality characteristics, that piece of it, but that if they are a danger to society, that they can call the supervisor of the jail and have that conversation from supervisor to supervisor.
So the other thing, and this is more for Mr. Dorr, since you're the lucky one in charge tonight, I feel like part of, I voiced this to the council and actually to at least Sheriff Schrader when I ran into him recently. Part of this is educating the public. People don't understand what's going on at the legislature. People don't understand how the rules. Frankly, it's been hard. As many memos as I've read, it's been hard to keep up with what's changing and what's COVID and what's state legislator. Trying to educate the public is important. And so I know that we've made a concerted effort to start doing things like crime stats, which I've been an advocate of since I've been on council. I would also advocate that we use our website to show some of these rules and the ones that are coming up so that people understand. And because at the end of the day, the legislator works for the residents just like we do. And if these things come up, I would prefer to, especially the ones we can get in front of that potentially might be coming up or be coming up for a vote, that people can have their opportunity to say something before, it's changed. Because I certainly would say at least I know I've heard plenty of people are surprised when they find out it's actually a law that's changed, why people don't go to jail. So for whatever extent we could do that, I think that it would be helpful for the process so that people can contact their legislator and not always us or the sheriffs if we're not the ones to be held accountable for a change in these rules.
I'd also like to point out that our court system, at least in Adams County, is backlogged because of over 400 cases that have been pushed off. And so that's also increased part of our jail population because some of those folks can't post a bond and get out. And it's kind of sad when you look at some of them, they probably have already sat in jail longer than had they been found guilty and sentenced to their time. So we've had some of those folks a significant amount of time. And so trials have taken quite a bit of time to get done, even in the courts, and they continue to. The courts are now opening up and relaxing a little bit, but it's going to take a significant amount of time before the courts get caught up, if they could ever get caught up.
What do you see in drug use, cartel, all of that realm of fun?
So I host the North Metro Task Force. The Adams County Sheriff's Office does. We took it from Westminster when you guys had termed out. I think it's the same continuation that we've had. I think the drug cartel and the drug business is still thriving, and it seems like a tough battle that we need to continue to fight. We're seeing more and more fentanyl coming into our state, and we're seeing a lot of fentanyl deaths. And I think it's important that we continue to stay focused and see what we can do to lower some of those numbers. And unfortunately, it means we need to make more arrests. And some of those investigations are so time consuming that they take a very, very long time. And I can tell you at the North Metro Task Force, there's not a whole lot of work being done on marijuana, even though we have a huge black market for marijuana. And so that means it's not going into approved marijuana sites to be sold. It's actually being sold on the black market, which is a huge concern too, because some of that comes in from the drug cartel as well, as we have seen at the North Metro Task Force. Sheriff?
I chair the West Metro Drug Task Force Board of Directors, and we provide most of the administrative staffing for that. No secret, fentanyl is a scourge. The legislature, in spite of our strongest objections, made a horrific mistake when they reduced the penalties for possession of fentanyl. I hope that this current legislature has the foresight to overturn what they did wrong. I say that with a great deal of passion. 1 month ago today, I was sitting in my sister's living room when my nephew was wheeled out in a body bag due to a fentanyl overdose. Now, it's not just because of that we see the problem. Not just my own personal experience with that, but it's a reality. That is advice that we provided to the legislature. I hope they have the fortitude and the foresight to overturn that. Now, while we're talking about limitations on jail space, there are times when people should be incarcerated for certain crimes. I can't tell you the number of times that I have had a parent come to me and say, I just want my kid locked up because they're safer in jail than than when they're on the street. Now, there's obviously constitutional and ethical dilemmas with those circumstances, but it's a reality that some families face. And so, yes, there are challenges with drugs. Why are Jefferson County crime, based upon the first 3 quarters of 21 compared to 2020, crime was up countywide, all agencies 18%. Why did that happen? I can't put my finger on all of it because we faced 3 primary things. We faced a budget reduction that reduced jail space that probably contributed to people's knowledge that they wouldn't go to jail if they committed a crime. We faced a worldwide pandemic that in and of itself reduced jail populations, and people probably knew they weren't going to jail. And then we had first in the nation police reform that made it more acceptable to fight cops. Police uses of deadly force on the part of police police have been challenged. Right there have been people who have been assaulted. There have been more shootings. Tomorrow is the 1-year anniversary of what went on in Boulder. In a few months, it's going to be the 1-year anniversary of what went on just across the street in Arvada. Because of all of these things, and then follow that with a staffing crisis, we are seeing things in our 10 years that none of our predecessors faced all of those things, all within a pretty condensed period of time. And they've all added up to put challenges on other parts of the system. So my hope is that we don't, let me offer another perspective, Councilor Dumont. We don't want to put so much information out to say people aren't going to go to jail. I want everybody to think that they're going to go to jail if they commit a crime. We want that out there. We want to reverse the restrictions that we have on putting people in jail. We don't want to have those. We want people to think there's always room for one more. And we also have a provision or a series of provisions that we can get somebody into jail even when they don't meet the standards. While there may have been some misunderstanding that on a case-by-case basis, we've had those in our arrest standards, our booking standards, since the first time that we put them out. It's been a confusing time, and we want to provide support to the cops who are on the street so that they can protect the communities the best way that they know how.
And I appreciate what you're saying. And for a long time, I was along that line, as well as I know a lot of officers who were. I feel like the balance, and I don't know if what I'm suggesting is the right answer, is our people are sick of getting beat up because they're being looked at that they're not doing their job. And I mean, I heard it walking during my reelection. Why the hell aren't the cops doing their job? And, I know the reality is in a lot of the situations, we have the staffing issue. So sometimes maybe they have a call that's more of a priority because of whatever the call is. But there's also these challenges with the legislator. And I guess my frustration is I don't know how else you address it unless people really understand it. Understanding the same thing, though, that's the reason why we have jails. We want people to behave and change their behavior and not be breaking laws. So, but I appreciate the perspective. And
we all also have an experience challenge. There's a lot of liability that is held because of having a police department or a sheriff's office. There just is. And the thing that overcomes that the most is experience. But when we have such a rapid changeover, and we have the number of retirements that we've experienced in my organization, which has been unprecedented, in addition to the normal attrition, in addition to the people who said, based on 2217 or the national dialogue that this isn't the right time for me or whatever reason, that we've had now 15% attrition in 2021 instead of our ideal at 5, 3 times what we really want to have. There's going to be a challenge for several years to come with an experience. And the Jefferson County Sheriff's Office isn't the only place to have that.
Well, and to your point, this is what I shared when we had our legislative dinner, and what I shared, and I truly believe this just from what I've seen. I understand why 217 was supposed to be about getting bad cops out, having better policing, and taking care of citizens. That's what we were told. What I've seen is the reality is it's done the opposite. It's chased all the really good, smart cops, training cops. At least that's what we've seen here in Westminster. We've lost great knowledge, to your point, and it's done the opposite. So, I don't know how we get that through to the legislator, but that's, it takes us being noisy about it, it feels like, because we met with our legislators again last week, and I shared my concerns about 217. We were told by our 3 delegates that personal liability isn't part of that. They fixed that. And I know that that's not true. So I don't know why they felt that that was the case. But, point being, I think it's done the opposite thing. Like you're saying, we're seeing those experienced people who are good cops who share that experience with the younger guys and allow them to get that experience. There's going to be that gap. I don't know how you fix that. But at the same time, I think that they need to understand the damage that they've caused. If nothing else, for future reference.
I see no other questions. I can't thank you guys enough for coming. Thank you for all you do for our community, and just you and your troops stay safe.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anytime you want to meet, just reach out. Chief knows how to get a hold of me. We see each other quite frequently.
Apparently, the chief knows how to get a hold of Rick in the middle of the night.
He does. I think he's
Thanks.
got me on speed dial some nights. Thank you, everybody. It was a pleasure seeing you all
As
again.
we transition to legislative people, council needs a quick break.
38 seconds.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I'm pleased to introduce John Praisner, Teresa Belko from our Department of Policy and Budget, and they're here to support this legislative mid-session overview. They'll introduce our guests for our report. Then we'll transition to a federal review right thereafter. So, John, would you introduce our guests and carry forward with the program?
Yeah, thank you. My name is John Praisner. I'm the budget administrator for the city, and I'm actually going to turn it over to Teresa, who's the lead on city's legislative efforts.
And good evening, Council. We really appreciate your time this evening, and I'll let Amy and Becky introduce themselves, give you a little background, and then we'll dive right into our update for today.
Okay, great. Amy Atwood, Atwood Public Affairs. I'm one of the 2 contract lobby firms and lobbyists that we represent the city of Westminster.
Hello, nice to see so many of you again this soon, and nice to see new faces I missed last week. Becky Long, I'm with Fiscal Public Affairs, and we've been working with Amy since we started with the city, so it's nice to continue that partnership and to see you all again tonight.
Okay, so last Friday was the 66th day of the 120-day session. So we're over the halfway mark now. Over the last 2 weeks, we've seen introduction of the first wave of the ARPA bills. So to spend down the $2.5 billion in federal stimulus dollars. Those are earmarked for behavioral health, affordable housing, and economic relief programs, plus the general state spending purposes. And let's see, the House and Senate are both in their mid-session grooves. It's interesting right now at the bills that are hung up, in a sense, waiting for Appropriations Committee, just going through still, a lot of bills still just through their first committee and getting held up in Appropriations. There were 462 bills that have been introduced so far in the House and the Senate. We expect 200 to 250 more. A light session would be 650 bills. A heavy session could go all the way up to 750. So just because we're halfway through, we really could have a third of the bills still to be introduced. We do anticipate significant changes to several large bills that are going through the process, and we have other big bills too that haven't even been introduced yet, which is not uncommon at this point, but there's still a lot of work to be done. The City of Westminster staff, along with us, we have pulled 101 bills of the 462 released so far for further review. So about 25% of the bills we've done a much deeper dive into, and we know that they have the potential for a municipal impact. Of those, 67 are actively being monitored, and 2 of those bills you have taken a position on.
I might just note, if folks are interested in more information on bills that have been introduced to spend that $2.5 billion of ARPA funds, I did bring a couple copies of a list that we maintain, and we can forward you a link on this as well, of what's been introduced so far. We anticipate additional bills will also be released, but I might just grab those around either side if folks want to take a peek at what those look like. We'll touch on a couple here in a bit, since they do involve lots of money. Which is maybe a good pivot to the budget. Now that we're about halfway through the session, the big next step that will come is the budget, which will be introduced next week. The Joint Budget Committee members are literally finalizing that right now, trying to balance what's in that budget currently so that we can run a balanced budget through the legislative process as required by the Constitution. That process will kick off in terms of the legislative hearing process next week in the House. Once they're done with the budget, then the Senate will take it up the following week. So by the end of the first week of April, the budget should be more or less done. There will be some conferencing and work that has to be done on that front. And then we'll start to see all those bills Amy mentioned that are sitting in appropriations. Those will start to move. Revenues are coming in a bit higher than normal years. And in fact, last week we had the legislative forecast with a few highlights. We're already at the Ref C limit under Tabor, so funds above that will have to be refunded. There's lots of conversations about what that refund may look like, because there are some legislative mechanisms like a tax credit, for example, that could serve as a refund for some of those dollars. So we won't know what that refund looks like quite yet. until the legislature's done, and whether that will be direct checks or through other refund mechanisms that exist to the legislatures. But the bottom line is that there's a lot of money in that process, maybe almost $1 billion, maybe a little more above what we anticipated. There are some big ticket items that the legislature has been talking about working on this year. So putting money back into the unemployment insurance fund to build that back up since the pandemic really drew those dollars down. That could be a $600 million piece of legislation. So there's some big expensive items that are likely to move through, and it could mean that for all the other bills that are left sitting in appropriations, there's only $20 million to go around. We will start to see some of those legislative proposals shrink dramatically, maybe go back on the shelf, maybe find a different funding source, et cetera. So the next few weeks we'll see a lot of change driven by the budget process in particular.
And as of tonight, like Becky said, they are working right now with the figure settings that they had already done up to this point. They had overspent. So they're going back now and looking at each item and bringing those numbers down and seeing what they can do.
And then I think, we heard a little bit at the legislative reception from Senator Zenzinger about some of what that forecast also shows in terms of high inflation costs, what we're still seeing in terms of the state's recovery of jobs, a lot of shortages of state employees, big shortages for teachers. We've already started to see those through the budget process and through legislation, trying to address some of those critical issues across the economy. And that will be, I think, the big debate in coming weeks, and then how those issues are impacted both in terms of real dollars and cents in the building and outside the building in terms of small p politics, maybe the big P politics too, by things like the invasion in Ukraine, supply chain shortages, national dynamics, et cetera. It'll be a very, it's very in flux for coming weeks. So stay tuned, because I think we'll see a lot of things change.
And those ARPA dollars are one time. So they can't, as you know, they can't be put towards setting up a program that is ongoing.
Mm-hmm.
So sometimes legislators are finding it hard just to have a program that is stood up for one time. That's where we're seeing a lot of those grants. And workforce development, really in all sectors, we're seeing grant money being put into sectors from construction, nursing, public safety, across the teachers, counselors, addiction recovery. So there is a shortage across the board, and the legislature is trying to deal with that with grants.
And I'll maybe add one more compounding factor on our state budget, is that while economic projections are quite strong in 22, 23, and somewhat into 24, there are signs that that strong economy may start to fall off of what we often refer to here in Colorado as the fiscal cliff. Though there's some debate among smart humans about what is that cliff, how big is that cliff, when is that cliff coming? So the legislature is very reticent to commit long-term ongoing dollars, which is not necessarily new. Committing the hands of future legislatures on big ticket items is always something that is met with scrutiny, but especially when we may see a shortfall in the near term, there's real concern that could then lead to cuts needing to happen either to those same programs we just stood up or to other things. And K-12 is often a place that gets cut. So there's a lot of concern about ensuring K-12 isn't the place it's cut if we do fall off that fiscal cliff. So that's the budget, which we could spend the whole night talking about, but we're going to move forward and happy to take more questions. The last year we had a lot of activity around transportation, which is obviously always of incredible interest in the city. It's a much quieter year on transportation this year. A lot of the enterprises which were developed through Senate Bill 260 are being stood up currently. So there's been a lot of appointments to those enterprise boards, but less happening in terms of the policy space at the legislature. We are seeing a few things related to those dollars. Senator Winter noted last week she's bringing a bill to look at funding for free transit to help combat ozone in the summer months. But I think there's also some hope that will also help add some dollars to the transit agencies who are still suffering to bring back routes to pre-pandemic levels, and that could take a while. And hopefully the state dollars can complement an influx of federal dollars that are coming currently as well. So we'll see that. There's a few smaller bills, one related to it really pushing to get out-of-state folks to update their vehicle registration sooner. We often have a lot of folks who move here driving on tags from out of state for quite a long time. In Colorado, there was a bill last year, and now the bill number's out of my brain, but I can look it up if you want the number, which was actually vetoed by the governor. There was a concern it would sort of have a big revenue bomb that would go off that we wouldn't be prepared to deal with. So the bill this year accounts for how to sort of toggle that on and off within the Department of Revenue and still try to make sure people are registering their cars here in Colorado. Otherwise, it's fairly quiet. There's some legislation around controlled use of intersections with bicycles. It's certainly caused consternation across local governments. There's been some changes there to account for infrastructure that local governments have put in related to that. But it's less of the big giant bills and more of sort of the one-off small bills.
And where are we on that bill? Because I'm dealing with it with my two transportation pieces. And to me, it sounds like you're putting a car and a bicycle with the bicycle not having to follow the rules and can blow through. And if I'm the one that hits that person, who's to blame? I really want to know where we sit on this, if we're lobbying for this or we're not lobbying for it, because I haven't seen it come to us.
We're monitoring that bill, and CML has been more actively engaged in that. There was an amendment added to the bill in the Senate to say that if you've put in bicycle infrastructure, which might include a bike light, for example, that had come out of the Interim Transportation Committee, as it is when an intersection is empty and it's safe to cross. So I think who violated the law would still be on a cyclist if they failed to yield, and they should have, is my understanding. That is in the Senate and likely to be finalized later this week. We are just tracking it for the city at this point.
I think it's insane.
This doesn't absolve the bike of any wrongdoing, though. This just allows a bicycle to roll up to a stop and not have to stop and put their feet down and then get up again when there's no one there. So I read this completely differently.
But I watch it. I watch bicyclists take the right every day.
Then
so.
if they are hit, they are still at fault. Yeah, this won't change that. And that's just stupidity on the biker's part too, because you always lose.
Yeah, but the biker.
What, do you want to take a stand on it? You want to lobby against it?
There's not a bill, well, it's still in flux.
Not there yet, but anyway.
So
I'm interested, do we have, if you were out there listening to our chief or our sheriffs, what police type bills do we have?
we have more on that. We'll clear through some of the other stuff and we'll finish with public safety if that's all right. We don't have too much more. We also know water is always of interest to the city. We have been tracking several bills related to wildfire with the water nexus, which I could hit on briefly, but there's also been some bills moving related to the South Platte sort of prioritization of studies. That bill's been amended a bit and is more narrow, but is really intended to try to counter what we're hearing out of Nebraska related to litigation on South Platte usage and who gets what amount of South Platte water. There's a lot of interest in that, and it will be continued to be followed closely. We are monitoring that. We are also awaiting 2 bills related to PFAS. So forever chemicals, as they're commonly called. Both are efforts to try to avoid having those in drinking water. One of the bills initially had some provisions in it related to water treatment facilities doing some testing, specifically around biosolids. That provision has come out as there's more studying happening and at the request of wastewater folks. So for the city, there won't be a mandate on municipalities. In that regard, there's also still some conversations happening around how we phase out the use of firefighting foam where it is still legally allowed to use firefighting foams, even though we know there's a harm since they're the best product to treat chemical fires. So there's more conversation happening there. And then on the fire front, the interim committee had approved 3 bills related to wildfire, all really around different elements of the grant. So some around private landowners, some that local governments can apply for, some for county management. All of those have been making their way through the process and you guessed it, are waiting for appropriations. We may see more dollars flow into those if there are more dollars to flow into them, but set up grant programs for different entities to take advantage of. Those bills were drafted prior to the Marshall fires. And so really since the Marshall fire, I think there's been extra scrutiny on, do they do enough? Could we try to have them do more? Are there other lessons we've learned from that fire that we might be able to deploy to those wildfire bills? So we are watching those quite closely. The last thing I'll say is I think we do anticipate we may see some of the ARPA dollars that are remaining also go into water. I think we're still trying to hear what exactly that may look like. It may be additional grant funds for watershed health. It may be some specific issues that the state's trying to solve in some specific basins. We're trying to capture a little more information on that, but are hearing that there could be some additional funding in that space. And with that, I'll turn it to Amy, who's going to close us out with public safety.
So we've heard clearly from you in our conversations on Thursday night about 217 and public safety. And we do work closely with the public safety community, the sheriffs, the chiefs, FOP, the courts. And this year, there isn't proactive legislation outside of the felony reform that Sheriff Schrader talked about. And the public safety community does realize that they need to have a proactive agenda. And so this interim, the plan is to bring those groups together to have a proactive agenda, really a strategic plan, maybe not proactive, but a strategic plan, a 1, 3, 5-year plan that is not contingent upon who's in party control. It's what's best for public safety. They have been in a defensive mode for a number of years, but see that possibly has harmed because they haven't been able to be on the offense. Specifically with 217, there is an idea bouncing around on this. We will not see anything this session, but these are some things that maybe will be coming for next year, that the administrative burden has increased on officers. So what would be a 2 to 3 minute stop is now a 10-minute stop. And that takes time away from them patrolling. And so now that 217 is in place, there's data to show, is this working? Do we need all of this data collection? What parts do we need? What parts don't we don't need because it's been in effect. So I think that is one place that we will look for, or that they'll bring a bill forward. Like we heard from the legislators on Thursday night, was coming to the legislature with solutions, and being solution focused. Do you have a question?
I'm just getting in the queue, so when you're done.
Oh, okay. So, and that's where the public safety community, CML, all working together. There is a group, CCJJ, the Colorado Commission.
Criminal and Juvenile Justice.
Justice Reform. Yeah. So the sheriffs had mentioned that. And that group is all spectrums of public safety, from public defenders to sheriffs to DAs, addiction recovery, DUI enforcement. It's a whole spectrum of people that care about public safety. And the 3 bills that the sheriff mentioned last year was misdemeanor reform. This year is felony reform, but not felonies that fall under the Victims' Rights Act. That will be coming next year. And it has been years-long process working on these bills. What was interesting last year on the misdemeanor reform bill, 270, it came out of the Senate unanimous. And it was a Senate bill, but it came out unanimous. And then in the House, it was partisan. So there are splits between chambers and among parties as well. But it was interesting that did come out of the Senate on a unanimous vote. All 35 voted for it. And a big reason for that with these 3 bills is because of the stakeholder process. It has been ongoing for a long time. And there is municipal representation in those meetings. So you have the Chiefs Association, but I also believe that CML is in those meetings as well. And
are they doing nothing with drugs?
Yep. So fentanyl, the Speaker of the House has indicated that he will be bringing forward a bill on fentanyl. Do you have details on that?
It's not yet.
He's been pretty
Quiet.
Broad, right?
Yeah.
Quiet and broad that he's bringing something forward on that.
And I would say the other piece on the drug side is funding. So far, there's a package of about $113 million, which will go into behavioral health, mental health, and some other pieces. We do have a breakdown. So there's community programs, which is part of it, law enforcement training, some safer streets measures for crime prevention, and money for reducing youth crime in particular, some school safety money, and money related to prevention of bias-motivated crimes. So there is funding associated to this piece, even if there's not policy change related to what we've seen in the last few years. I think we are seeing some efforts in that space in particular. And some of that will be through ARPA dollars that are one time, but I also think there's an effort to try to create some grant programs that can be sent over at least a few years. So it's maybe short-term money, but more than 1 year to spend it out in communities.
And the public safety related bills that have been introduced this year have primarily been related to behavioral health. And so the state passed legislation last year, well, and then this year they're working on it to set up a whole new behavioral health administration. So the BHA, it's a whole new government department, so that instead of things being siloed between different departments, it will all come underneath one. And they really do feel that will make a difference with breaking down the silos and people talking to, different agencies talking to each other. Check our notes here real quick.
Yeah, see if we've missed anything.
Which bill had that unanimous Senate?
That was Senate Bill 271, which was the Misdemeanor Felony Reform Act. It's been talked about. That came out of the Criminal Justice Committee. We can send a link to that committee and some reports they've written previously, if that's helpful, and to their standing information. They have that online. So that committee made those recommendations and moved that bill forward. They've done that in the past on other bills as well. And so it's not out of the ordinary to see a bill come through that process.
So, you mentioned about how they asked last week for us to bring proactive solutions and not just complain. Hard to do when they either don't understand what they did or they're not being honest with us, because they told this whole group last week that 217, they fixed the qualified immunity. The solution for that is to reinstate qualified immunity, because as long as our officers are working within the confines of the law and they are not proven to break the law, there's no reason that they shouldn't have those protections, and they don't.
Can I add something to that? So I spoke to the FOP, we spoke to FOP, and they said that how that has been taken care of is that FOP now offers coverage for that, for officers that are a part of the FOP.
That was the Band-Aid for the break. That's not a fix, in my opinion. And I'm sure that in their effort to try to keep on good graces of what's a hostile legislator of the last 2 years, I don't blame them for giving that answer. But the reality is that's not the feel that I get from officers I speak to candidly, that aren't afraid of what's going to happen when they give me their true unbiased opinion. So it wasn't fixed. And there's no reason that should be the way that it is. If that's their fix, to shift liability somewhere else, the reality in my mind is we just heard the sheriffs, and I've heard it from our own people. The reality is you now have put people in a situation where it takes them longer, like you said, but it also is extra risk because they're second guessing. And is this interaction going to cost me my livelihood? On top of, is it going to cost me my life? I mean, these folks need to be able to react quickly, and having this extra thing over them that, I mean, it should be, as long as they're doing their job within the confines of the law, which we've enabled them to do, that they should be protected. And that's not the case anymore. And the FOP solution isn't what they used to have. It's not the same thing. And they still have that hanging over their head, in my opinion. Obviously, I'm one member, but that would be my solution. So I think that it's unfortunate that we got that answer, because it's disingenuous to the reality of what we've been dealing with since they made that change.
Anything else from you guys?
No, I think we'll keep watching for things so that you all know we check for new bills every day as they're introduced. We do a scan, we work with staff, we reach out to other partners. We may miss something. You all have big networks as well. And so if there's ever a bill you want to ask about or flag, like we always appreciate that from you all as well. So please do feel free to shoot us a note, shoot us an email, connect with staff, whatever's easiest for you all. If there's something we can get more information for on you, we try to, or on for you, a little out of the order there. We do try to talk to a sort of combination of folks in the building. So we're happy to run any of that down. Thanks.
And then on the weekly report, there is a link on the weekly report to the ARPA bills, the list of ARPA bills, as well as the bill list that we're all working from as well.
Thank you so much for being here.
Thanks for having us. It's great to see you all.
Federal.
Tag. You're it.
All right. Again, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, and councilors for your time this evening. We do have our federal lobbyist team from Squire, Patton, and Boggs here today to talk about our federal lobbyist services and answer any questions about our work in that space. So without any further ado, I'll let our team introduce themselves, tell them maybe you guys need a little background, and then we'll dive into some things.
Great. Well, it's nice to be here. Thank you very much, Mayor Canali. It's good to see you. Last time I saw you were mayor too, I think. So it's nice to see you again. My name's Mike Dino. I'm a principal at Squire, Patton, Boggs, and my colleague, Mallory Richardson, is one of our senior policy advisors. We're a Denver-based, at least we're Denver-based. We do have a big DC office. We used to be called Patton Boggs. We merged 7 years ago with another firm out of Cleveland to become Squire, Patton, Boggs. I've been with the firm 25 years. I'm a Denver native. I grew up 15 minutes south of here in Sloan's Lake area. And I still live there. And so it's nice to, and a privilege to work with the city because it's just north of certainly where I grew up. And Mallory's a Colorado native too, having grown up in Pueblo, right?
Yes, correct. I've been with the firm for a little over 6 years now. I started in our DC office. Previous to that, I was in Senator Bennett's office. Before moving back here to Colorado, it is nice to be out of DC a little bit and back here in Colorado. So, but of course, always get back. So nice to meet you all.
We've been working with you for about 9 months, and we've done this type of work with municipalities. I have, certainly for the 25 years I've been at Squire, Patton, Boggs, and then I worked for Mayor Webb for 6 years for the city and county of Denver and oversaw his federal government affairs. And so it's nice to certainly support local government. We primarily look at 4 different things we focus on in serving the city. We track key legislation. We look at funding opportunities. We liaison with your congressional delegation. And we take on ancillary items that tend to pop up this year. Congressional redistricting was on the table and something that we helped follow for the city on a regular basis. And obviously, I'll talk a little bit about that outcome, as you well know it in my presentation. I'd like to focus on certainly what's happening right now in Congress, and then talk about some of the big things that have happened and a few things what we're focused on going forward. What's going on right now is basically one of the big things that happened that was really good is finally the federal government passed its federal appropriations budget. I think a lot of you know the federal budget runs from October 1st to September 30th of each year. And they were a little late in finalizing the fiscal year 2022 budget, but they finally got it done. And that was good because we want to move on to focusing on the fiscal year 23 budget. In the midst of all that, we have the Ukraine crisis that's happening. The president will be in Europe this week, and the Senate is currently in session. Unlike our legislature, which has a very defined period of time when they're in session, Congress can be in session all year round. They take a week off, like this week, the House is off. They're not in Washington. They're working in district, as they call it. But the Senate is actually in session, and they're going to look at a bill that would provide more funding for the situation in Ukraine. The president has proposed an $800 billion budget request for new security assistance, and Congress has already passed almost a $14 billion assistance package. The Senate Judiciary Committee also has the Supreme Court hearings going on this week, so that'll be in the press a lot. One of the other things you're going to take up is the America Competes Act. Now, while that's focused on our competition with China, there's an interesting piece of legislation in the House version. Congressman Perlmutter got his Safe Banking Act into the House version. The Safe Banking Act is intended to allow cannabis companies to access the federal banking system without repercussions from the federal government. And of course, I know your citizens voted for recreational cannabis, but didn't pass the tax associated with it. So at this point, nothing that the city is going to probably be concerned about. And it probably won't pass because the Senate doesn't like this piece of legislation. But it is something that with Congressman Perlmutter retiring, he continues to be a big champion of. Interestingly enough, last week, the Senate did vote to make daylight savings time permanent. It probably doesn't have a lot of chance in the House in passing, but it was a pretty overwhelming vote in the Senate. Also, the Senate did vote. Rand Paul introduced a House resolution to end all federal mask mandates, and Senator Bennett voted for that. Of course, Senator Bennett's running for re-election, so that may have been more motivated by that. As I mentioned, appropriations passed. That's a $1.5 trillion package. We will now move into federal fiscal year 2023 discussions. And that will give an opportunity for the city to go after more funding opportunities, specifically congressional directed spending or community project funding, or Mayor McNally, when you were mayor previously, earmarks. And so
we work with two huge conglomerates, you know this, the
Yeah.
Northwest
Mhm.
US 36 piece and
Yeah.
80 piece. And
Yeah.
we've got big issues, and one of them got $25 million for a raise grant. So
that's great.
and we have another one that has 126.5 million and 250 million. So we're working in partnerships, getting good things done.
No, it's awesome. And that's in moving on to really talking about that, between the during President Trump's period, the CARES Act, and what was passed last year, the American Rescue Plan Act, we've seen $5 trillion pumped into the economy by the federal government. And I think you probably, because you deal with budget items every day, you probably appreciate what $1 trillion is. But if you turned $1 million into seconds, that would be 12 days. If you turn $1 billion into seconds, that would be 32 years. And 1 trillion seconds is 32,000 years. So that's the magnitude of $1 trillion. And putting $5 trillion into the economy is obviously one of the reasons we've seen a lot more spending and we've seen inflation, but we've also seen a considerable amount of money put in to our local economies. And 1.8 trillion of that has gone to individuals and families. And about 1.7 trillion has gone to businesses. And we've seen about 800 billion go to state and local communities. Of course, you've, through the ARPA Act, received about 15.75 million. And what we've seen with the ARPA Act is we've seen a lot of funding, communities using funding to deal with economic challenges, public health challenges, and helping general revenue replacement. And so I know that by and large, that money has been helpful to local communities. Another thing that's been helpful, I don't know, I still get the paper. I was a paper boy. It was the Rocky Mountain News, but the Denver Post had this headline today: free school lunches may expire. And that is something to pay attention to in our communities. If you recall, more money was put in to help people with supplemental nutritional assistance, food stamps. More money was put in with the child care tax credit, and more money was put in to help with school lunches. Well, SNAP, the Supplemental Nutritional Assistance Program, that extra money went away on September 30th. The child tax credit ended on December 31st, and the extra school lunch money is going to end on June 30th of this year. And I say all that because 1 million children in Colorado have been beneficiaries, particularly of the child tax credit. And we have seen poverty decrease by 10% in Colorado over the last 2 years because of the extra federal assistance. So with it going away, we probably have to anticipate what might be the effects of that. There has been a move afoot. Senator Bennett is a big proponent of the child tax credit and wants to see it permanently increased. And you may have saw a little bit of the debate when they were trying to pass the fiscal year 2022 budget. They did want extra money for school lunches, but the Senate would not accept that. And so they're still trying that, and we'll see if that happens. But it is something that Congress wants to continue to work on. And I do want to correct something. Actually, our poverty level didn't drop 10%. It's at a 10-year low. So it has gone down, and that's been a good thing. Mayor McNally talking about infrastructure. Certainly, the infrastructure bill was another big piece of legislation that passed. It put a lot, almost 1.2 trillion into the economy. The Brookings Institute did an analysis of it. They estimated the real money that they really put into it was about 864 billion. It's still a lot of money. A lot of it goes towards transportation and highways. Colorado will be seeing out of that money. Colorado will be seeing over 5 years, by the way, we'll probably be seeing about 3.7 for highways, 3.7 billion for highways. That's about 700 to 900 million more than we usually get over 5 years. Public transportation will see another 916 million. And for water infrastructure, we'll see about 688 million. And that mostly will come through the state revolving loan fund program. And in the state revolving loan fund program, we are seeing this year alone, Colorado is getting $121 million for the state revolving loan fund program. 51% of those funds will be loans. The other 49% will be grants or principal forgiveness loans, and that's the state revolving loan fund program. I know you did approve last week new water rates that reduce your citizens' water bills, and it looks like it does provide at some point for your wastewater treatment plant funding for $150 million. If by chance it costs more than $150 million, I know that your staff is certainly looking at what other opportunities there are to help fund that with other pots of money. I always, remember, and Mayor McNally, you might remember this with Denver Union Station. They used loans, federal grants, local money, state money to make that work. And you got to cobble it all together. And you've done that certainly with Highway 36 and everything you've been working on in that transportation. That's what it takes. And so there is a lot of money out there on transportation funding. It's not all, it's money that comes through grants. It's money that comes through the formula fund through the state. And certainly the DOT does have some discretionary funds that it can also distribute. And, you know, it's all about asking for that. And speaking of asking, we're going to get another bite at the apple. Westminster did, and Congressman Perlmutter was very helpful in designating over $4 million for the federal Parkway project in the transportation authorization. Authorization is different from appropriations. Authorization is a 5-year plan. I think, Mayor McNally, with everything you've done on federal issues, you have a good perspective on that. Unfortunately, when they finished the bill, the infrastructure bill, they took all what we call all these designated projects out of it. They stripped it of the designated projects. And so our project was, and everybody else's project nationwide was not included in that. I do anticipate working with your staff that we'll go after that again. And we'll also look at a water project to go after in the federal 2023 appropriations plan. Those forms, the senators have said are due April 8th, and Congressman Perlmutter has not designated yet when he's going to ask for his projects to be submitted. So, but we're working with your staff on getting those in, and with Councilman Ozadi, we met with the congressman on last week, and we also gave him an idea that we would be making these requests on behalf of the city. And lastly, yeah, go ahead if you have a question. Sure.
Well,
Sorry.
specifically on that issue, Councilman Azadi and I were talking before, and we want to get the cooperation of our school districts and our neighbors next door to us. So this has to be in by the 1st of April?
April 8th is when Senator Hickenlooper and Senator Bennett require their forms to be submitted. Congressman Perlmutter has not given a date yet. I talked to him before I came.
But that's for 23 appropriation.
It's for fiscal year 23. Yeah.
That's separate from the state
23?
revolving fund. But that's the different path from the, if we want to go for a grant from the state revolving fund, that's not a deadline for that. This is just a deadline for their 2023 appropriation process, which is another way we can get more money. But we should go for that too, I
Should
think.
we have our water treatment plan in for this?
I'm sure staff's looking at everything that we have our eyes and have given them direction on, so.
But
I
we're
have-
talking 2 weeks. We don't want to boot it. We don't want to drop it.
Yeah, and we're
Is that
talking.
looking at that?
Yeah, I should point out that when we look at an appropriations request, which is just for 1 year, we're probably looking in the $500,000 to $5 million range. It's not. Yeah, there you go. I hear you. And so you have to figure out where it fits into the lifeline of a project. Is it going to be something that you use for design and engineering, property acquisition? That's what you would use an appropriations request for. The state revolving loan fund gives you an opportunity to ask for more money over a longer period of time. Of course, you'd like to get that portion where you have the forgivable loan rather than the repayable one. And certainly,
But you don't lobby on that.
no, I don't lobby on the state stuff.
Yeah, see? So our state
Yeah.
lobby, you just do federal.
Just do the federal, yeah.
And what's the Greenway? As long as I'm asking questions, what's the Greenway project?
The federal Parkway,
What was that?
that was a small stretch of the federal boulevard that would go to rehabilitating that area of the.
Wait, I mean,
road.
our federal
Yeah.
boulevard,
Mm.
287. to
Yeah,
Westminster.
exactly.
120th to 122nd.
Yeah.
Avenue.
120th to 122nd?
North of 120.
That's what, for
Federal
4.1.
doesn't come north of 120.
Yeah, that's,
This
it
is-
turns into this thing that goes like that.
Yes, so I mean, that isn't 287.
So just, it was fixing that mess.
Just point of clarification on these like dollars with the utility. Typically with the grants, they want a pretty baked out plan, right? And so like, we're in a situation where we're trying to decide what our plan is. So wouldn't that make that a little bit more difficult for some of these? Because most of the grants want to know what you're going to do with it.
They do. They want to make sure the project's going to be completed, that you have the rest of the money. And so that's one thing you do need to demonstrate.
Really, we could say it's to build, the treatment train, well, the module, because we actually piloted that. We ran that.
and or other projects that are designed in our 5-year capital plan, but we haven't yet had appropriations for projects that are well-designed, thought out, and
Well, and we do
anticipated.
have $24 million at our wastewater treatment plant already designed and ready to go, right?
So I guess point being, there's other ones that
25.
we could put that aren't necessarily the new one.
Okay.
And then
So-
that funding becomes freed and available for our treatment
So
facility.
if we put it to that, then we can back fund.
There you go.
Okay.
But we can also use it
Put
for the
it in.
design and the consulting and the audit fees. It's broad. So it's not just the construction. We can also use it for this early analysis that
Really,
we're
but
doing.
this
now,
is
too.
tangible. This is, we've already designed it. The wastewater treatment, right?
We are working with the Public Works and Utility staff. So we've also went through our entire capital plan with Mike and his team to identify these projects.
Okay, so as
So
long as we
we
put in the
can follow up.
request, that's all my concern.
Yeah, we spent an entire session, our capital staff and policy and budget, talking with Mike and his team. So we're really trying to focus on what can we act on quickly that falls within the parameters of the projects that we're looking at in terms of what's ready. So yeah, we're doing a lot of work in that space right now and have been. So we in fact have flagged for these requests that are due on the 8th. We have staff working on that as we speak.
Good.
And we'll
Thank
be
you.
needing to come to council for some letters of, like we did last year.
Yeah, and the other thing that particularly with the new infrastructure bill, on the state revolving loan fund, they did reduce the match, the state, the match to 10%, which, it makes it a little more manageable. And I know you don't have any lead line replacement in Westminster, and that has no match anymore. That has to be put into place. So those are some things. You were also, one thing that I think is worth, there's a federal loan program for water projects, and you have been invited to submit an application for $130 million for the Water 2025 project, if you so chose to go after that. Again, that's a loan program, and that's something you have to figure out if that makes sense for you to want to approach.
But wouldn't we want to act on that now?
What's the deadline for that?
There's no
deadline on it.
It's this fall.
It may be this fall. Yeah, I have to check on it. There's nothing immediate though. That's
Okay.
And this is at a reduced and current market rate, right?
well, it depends. I hesitate to say I've done work with other water utilities and they can get a better rate than you can get from the federal government.
Or it's easy really qualification?
You're already invited to apply, so you're in a good place. For instance, Northern Water has, they're on the wait list, so to speak. So there's some people that, like to get on the list you're on. It's a matter of assessing it and making sure it makes sense financially for you.
Or should we give that direction then?
I would think that when you're ready to, what you know, and you need our input, you will come to us.
And that's one for this fall.
Well, indeed, our utility has its own financial advisors, Hilltop Securities, that will always evaluate options that are available to us in the open markets or through these subsidized programs. So we're poised to take advantage of those and understand the gap
How
in
would the
funding.
open market beat the subsidized program?
We have a very high credit rating as a city utility. And so a larger, well-capitalized, highly rated utility would probably have a more favorable market rate.
You're right, Larry. I mean, and I've worked with Denver Water for about 15 years, and that's their exact thing. They look at WIFIA and they just, move on quickly from it because it's just, they can get cheaper rates with their own rating and their own financing.
But we do have Hilltop Securities evaluating that on every issue, and we can always have contingent applications. So we will do that. Thank you, Mike.
Yeah. The last thing I want to touch upon is the redistricting. We got a new, congressional seat because of Colorado's population, and Westminster is directly affected by that. You're split down Sheridan. You have 49,000 voters in the Jefferson County Park. and 35,000 voters in the Westminster Adams County part. I actually think it's a good situation going forward to have 2 congressional representatives. You may have 2 that represent the different parties. You may have 2 that represent the same. It depends on how it plays out. But we're going to see some changes in Congress after this election. The House is currently only controlled by the Democrats by 4 votes. That will shift most likely. The Senate, maybe not. But the bottom line is I think to have 2 congressional representatives gives you 2 more people to advocate for what you want. So I feel that's a good development. I know there are some people that view it as losing, one singular congressional representative, but you're going to get a new person nonetheless, right? Ed's not running again, and there will be a new person in that 7th, and of course there will be a new person in the 8th. So it'll give them a chance for them to get to know you and to be better advocates for you as best they can be. So. That will begin. It's taking place right now. Clearly, we have April 9th is the state assemblies, so they'll have the congressional district meetings before that. There are several people on the 8th congressional that are petitioning on the ballot, and the primary is June 28th. So we shall see in the 8th that it's very competitive in both parties. In the 7th, it's competitive. They have several candidates in the Republican Party, but 1 candidate on the Dem side right now. And so we'll see if that plays out through the primary to June 28th, and the general election is November 8th. So, Mallory, what did I miss?
I think you covered a
That's
lot.
a lot.
Yes.
Yeah. And so we look forward to continue working with you. Certainly, I think that this is an election year, and Congress, by and large, may have done as much as it's going to do.
They only work 186 days on an election year.
Yeah, well, that's true. That's what's on their schedule, unless they're threatened to stay more. And we would like to see the fiscal year 23 approps get finished before the end of the year, because if it doesn't, and there are what we call these congressionally directed spending in them, they may not stay in the bill because a new Congress will come into play, and they may change the rules before they pass next year's budget. So something that we'll continue to keep an eye on, and we'll work closely with your staff as it relates to that.
Well, it sounds like we'll be seeing you again with all the stuff going on. So
Yeah.
thank you for the
It's really
update,
nice to
and
see you again.
good to see you.
All right.
And we still have one heavy agenda
Yeah.
item, so I'm going to move us on.
We'll get going.
Thank you.
Just out of curiosity, Boggs is Koki Roberts' father, the long-term representative?
Yeah, yeah. Well, it was her brother, Tom Boggs, and that was their father. Who. Great to see you again. Thank you.
We could take some time away from
I need a coat.
Okay.
just facts.
Well, that was really disappointing to hear we have $130 million we can use, but
You can't use it.
it's at a higher interest rate than the market.
You're just dangling it in front of us.
Oh my God.
That must be for forlorn cities,
Keep printing.
truly forlorn.
$1 a gallon gas at no cost.
Switch.
Not believe They need a 2020 vision. Pasco, print $200 more.
Did I have a COVID sticker? Okay, we all here?
I think we're recording, if I may, Mayor. I'll just launch right into this. Good evening. First, I'd like to report back to the council in response to concerns voiced by the residents during public comment at the March 14th regular city council meeting. In response, staff began working immediately in the open space along Sheridan Boulevard and 75th. On the next business day, staff was able to pick up trash, other debris along the property's perimeter, repair the fence line, remove tumbleweeds, and mow a 10 to 20-foot perimeter around the open space. The native vegetation and grasses on the remainder of the site were not mowed so as to preserve the natural habitat as required by the city's open space management guidelines. Staff was also able to remove the abandoned camper van in the vicinity and engage the people occupying the open space. Tonight, I have the Director of Parks, Recreation, and Libraries, Tomas Herrera-Mischler, Interim Police Chief Norm Haubert, our presiding municipal judge, Jason Lontine, and of course, our city attorney, Dave Frankel. On behalf of the team, Mr. Herrera-Mischler will provide an overview of the work being done by the city to address homelessness in Westminster. Mr. Herrera-Mischler.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Welcome.
Very pleased to have this opportunity to share with you an overview of our homeless initiatives and the work that's being undertaken by the city locally and seek your direction for future efforts. Next slide, please. And the next slide. So the city currently works in partnerships to undertake a lot of our major homeless prevention efforts. And I want to mention just a few of them. The Colorado Legal Services gives legal advice to tenants facing eviction with the aim of preventing homelessness before it happens. CLS provides free tenant-landlord legal advice to help with a really broad range of issues. And the partnership with CLS was originally focused just on reducing evictions, but over time it's expanded to helping tenants with just a broad range of tenant-landlord issues with the aim of keeping the relationships as positive as possible. During COVID, the rental and foreclosure assistance has been particularly important for families at risk. And we refer people in need to agencies that can help with month-to-month rent, with closing costs, with deposits. Emergency rental assistance to prevent evictions is a particularly important tool in preventing homelessness. Colorado Peak is a computerized system that allows any Coloradan to apply for federal assistance with just one single application. And so it allows them access to unemployment benefits, a wide range of financial assistance programs if they are in crisis. The county workforce centers provide employment programs and counseling to secure a job or to try and prepare for a higher wage work. I'm particularly pleased that our libraries offer tremendous support to residents seeking assistance. We have free high-speed internet, we have computers, and we have people that can help them figure out how to use and access these all these different programs. Diversion is really undertaken by the city's Homeless Navigator, and I'll talk quite a bit about that program later. But really, she helps individuals facing homelessness to sit down and brainstorm ideas about where they can go quickly, where they can access housing with friends or family, if possible. And in some cases, if the homeless individual is from out of town, she'll work with them to get them back to their hometown if it's appropriate, if they have a better, stronger network of support in their home community. The key goal, of course, is safety and providing stabilization, hopefully keeping them out of the shelter system entirely. And really, it becomes much more difficult to help someone obtain housing once that they're literally homeless and part of the shelter system. Next page, please. So in 2017, the homeless population of Westminster was estimated about 110 individuals. Right now, we know that there are at least 200 individuals that are engaged in some way with our Navigator. Last year, the annual point-in-time census of people experiencing homelessness, we found that the number of individuals without housing in the 7-county Denver metro region doubled for the first time as compared to the previous year. We don't have the figures for 2022 yet. They'll be coming out in a few months, but we're hearing, I guess anecdotally, from our service providers that they're seeing a really big increase in the number of newly homeless individuals looking for help. Within the city of Westminster, we have data on the 55 individuals that are actively enrolled in the city's homeless navigation program. Their data is entered into a statewide database that's used by homeless service providers. And if you're good at math, like I know some of you really are, you'll hear that the 55 is different from the 51 individuals that I mentioned before. 4 are juveniles, and so we do not have demographic information available for them. But of the 51 adults, we know that 19 are chronically homeless. 6 are veterans, 29 are males, and 22 are female. 27 have a physical disability. 21 are diagnosed with a chronic health condition. 12 have a developmental disability. 63% of them have been diagnosed with a mental health disorder. That's 32 of them. Most of them with PTSD, anxiety, or depression. And 11 use either alcohol or other substances or both. So given that math, it's clear that many of these individuals suffer from more than one condition or challenge that can prevent them from securing and keeping gainful employment or stable housing. There's another 50 people that are on our waiting list. So we haven't collected their demographic information yet. It hasn't been entered into the database. And then additionally, there's about 100 individuals that routinely contact our homeless navigator, Ashley, for assistance. So that's that 200 number of individuals. The population of people at risk or experiencing homelessness appears to be increasing in Westminster. The new 2022 point-in-time census will really help us to more accurately understand the scope of the problem, and that'll be released within the next few months. Next slide, please. Well, so the number one and long-standing cause of homelessness in the Metro Denver region and many other cities throughout the nation is the high cost of housing as compared to wages. With a median per capita annual income of $38,188 in Westminster, an affordable rent would be around $955 a month. Unfortunately, the median rent in Westminster is $1,801 a month. So that leaves a rental affordability gap of $846 a month. The big gap. Next slide, please. So beginning in March of 2020, PRL hired our first full-time homeless navigator to help people in our community who are experiencing homelessness or at risk of homelessness to obtain housing and provide immediate aid. The Navigator helps to prevent homelessness, but she mostly focuses on people who are already experiencing it. She builds relationships with these individuals. She identifies their needs and connects them to resources, whether it's through partner agencies or ideally directly to housing. There's a percentage of the people that we help that are at Navigator connects to employment opportunities. There's a lot of barriers to that, but she is able to do that in some cases. And she also helps individuals to secure something as basic as identification. Many of them have lost their identification papers over the years. And so you obviously can't get a job if you don't have any ID. And so she helped them to obtain that. I think it's also really important to mention what the Navigator does not do. They're not safety officers, and they're not engaged directly in enforcement or abatement actions. We really avoid at all costs any appearance of them being punitive, because their effectiveness is completely dependent on building trust. So I've already mentioned about our Navigator's large and growing caseload. As I mentioned, she currently works with these 50 individuals that are fully engaged in our program, plus the 50 on the waiting list, plus the 100 additional people asking for help. So this caseload makes it really hard for us to meet the needs of the population this population effectively. So best practices in social work indicate that for chronically homeless individuals, 13 individuals to 1 Navigator is the indicated caseload, 13 to 1. But in the case of the non-chronic, it's because there are fewer barriers to getting help or helping them to find housing. That goes up to about 25 individuals per Navigator. I think it's worth noting that Ashley, our Navigator, has successfully housed 46 individuals. That's not included in the caseload that she's currently carrying.
What time period?
2 years. Is that right? 2 years. Yeah. Obviously, this level of need forces us to prioritize her time, and she's really serving those that are enrolled directly in the program primarily. Makes it hard for her to respond personally to every citizen complaint about the homeless in Westminster. And you guys know how many those there are, quite a few. So while the Navigator works hard to help the people whose lives in crisis, she's not a first responder. So we leave that work to our very capable public safety officers and the co-responders. Next slide, please. The mental health co-responders role is designed for them to go out on calls with public safety officers, and increasingly on their own. They provide immediate support around mental health situations. They serve anyone in Westminster who is experiencing a mental health crisis that's severe enough to call 911. Once they stabilize this person, they also provide some follow-through as needed. They're trained in de-escalation, and they have access to this very important, a behavioral database, which includes substance abuse. So by contrast, our navigation, homeless Navigator has access to the Homeless Information Management System, HMIS, right? And the Regional Homeless Database, which includes information on service providers and a broad range of housing resources, including where it is and how much and how to access it. It's a very valuable resource, but it's also very much not available to law enforcement in any way. They're kept completely separate. So these two different but really complementary databases help us to serve the Westminster community members that are either experiencing behavioral health issues, mental health issues, or homelessness, or both, which is often the case. The work of the Navigator and the co-responders allow our first responders to focus on policing and genuine medical emergencies. The chief provided some information that I think is very interesting and germane, which is over the last 3 years, before the PR&L officers, 2 FTEs were pulled back to patrol, there due to staffing shortages that we're all familiar with. They spent approximately 70% of each day dealing with homeless concerns. So 2 FTEs, professional police officers, 70% of their time. Currently, the sergeant that we have assigned to this issue spends 2 hours each day on this topic. So calls and emails and planning, research, and so on. Two of the co-responders that we currently have estimate that about 20% of their current workload is spent focusing on serving the homeless. So about 16 hours out of their 80-hour work each week. Next slide, please. There is a lot of demand for sheltering options as the population of individuals experiencing homelessness increases. And at the same time, there was quite a loss of shelter beds during the pandemic. So social distancing required beds to be spread out further apart. And so there was a tremendous drop in the number of beds available. At the same time, volunteer programs dried up because of restrictions. And so a lot of the faith-based options disappeared at the same time. Balancing that out was the hotel rooms became available as travel went away, and they were thrilled to take our money and put people up that way. But now as the pandemic is waning and traveling is becoming more common, hotel rooms are becoming more and more scarce to house homeless individuals. The city paid $51,576 total. I did the math. It's about $60 a night for the 850 plus hotel stays that were provided by the city from March 2020 through early March 2022, so over 2 years. We use both CARES Act funds and city funds to pay for that. The recent cold weather events yielded only 8 to 10 rooms a night available for individuals. We also have 8 transitional beds available for up to a year. And this is for families with children through our partner at Growing Home. Right now, our municipal code does not allow homeless sheltering within the city limits. So there are not enough options for people to stay indoors. That leads to increased outdoor encampments. So abatements of these encampments can result in further traumatizing the people being moved, which can lead to decreased willingness to access services when they're offered. The other problem is that dislocation can complicate the Navigator's tracking and support of these individuals as well. Next slide, please. So we'll continue to work on the issue of homelessness encampments with the goal of developing and implementing better management protocols. We're looking at means to mitigate hazards such as needle disposal and waste. Discussions are underway with city staff to explore other options, which could include safe parking, designated camping sites, and maybe even code changes to allow for tiny homes and the construction of accessory dwelling units to create more affordable housing options for our community. So we'll be coming back to you with more discussions about that at some point. We'll also be exploring the possibility of faith-based shelter models, and we'll come back to City Council with some recommendations. There's a really interesting local example, and it's the Severe Weather Network. It's a nonprofit that operates nearby, and they're going to be resuming the rotational faith-based model starting next fall. Unfortunately, their service boundaries come right up to the southern edge of Westminster, and they currently do not work in the city. But it's a very interesting model that we're going to take a look at. I wanted to also just talk a little bit about employment opportunities. And prior to the pandemic, 60% of the individuals experiencing homelessness in our region were employed. So it points to that imbalance between wages and the cost of housing in our region that I mentioned earlier. And of course, there's quite a significant number that are struggling with the mental health and developmental issues that make it hard for them to secure and keep a job. We will reach out to our partner organizations to discover what additional employment and behavioral health supports are available in our community, and we'll report back to council on whatever we discover. Next slide, please. Next and last slide. So thank you. Thank you very much for your interest in this topic. I have to say that it's been a real pleasure working with David Frankel, City Attorney's Office, with Chief Hubbard, and with Larry and many other people. Kate Scrapel, who is our resident expert in this topic, is available. I believe she's available online to answer any questions if we need her to. She's quite an amazing expert and has been really part of developing this presentation and the memorandum that was distributed for your use. Happy to take any questions.
Mayor Pro Tem?
I'm gonna try to go backwards. The faith-based group that you mentioned, is that the same as, I think that they used to be called Cold Care, worked out of Thornton? There was a group when I very first started that worked at the church off 120th that we went and partnered with, and some of the council members went and fed some homeless folks that were housed in a church, and it was specifically around families. That's the first time I started asking about what churches were allowed to do in our city, since I thought it was interesting that we were going to a church that was way down off 120th and Colorado Boulevard.
I'll have to find out for you. I'm not sure.
Growing Home used to have something like that. And then with codes, I'm sure it doesn't shock anybody that cities were shut down because they didn't have all the things, and some were going to cost thousands of dollars. So.
Around like affordable housing that you brought up, so there's been a substantial amount, although we know just like the same with marketplace housing, the demand or need has been far outweighed with what we've been able to build. However, I'm just curious, and I know there's a lot of rules around how you can't discriminate. So when we're talking about being able to house people who might have disabilities, whether they be physical or mental, does affordable housing rules allow for those folks to have first go at those kind of opportunities, or would that be considered discriminatory?
We'll need to look into what, if any, prioritization is possible based upon those criteria, because generally the federal funding that is involved in constructing the affordable housing triggers a requirement that it be open to the entire population that applies for. So as to whether it's first in time or if there's a priority system possible for certain applicants, I'll find out.
I'm interested in it because being that there's limited amount of resources in space, if we were going to look at anything like that, I think, in my opinion, it certainly makes sense to take care of people that have disabilities that are always going to be something that they have to overcome versus folks who maybe don't have those disabilities, understanding that they may have other roadblocks in life, but it makes sense to see how we can prioritize care for those folks, which gets into my next question about the day two mental health resources. So you alluded to with the co-responders that they do some care after that first interaction, because my understanding, where I'm going with my question is, my understanding is right now there aren't resources. So, how far do we allow the co-responders to engage and interact with these individuals that need those services? And what's the path that we try to get them on? Because I know even like with community reach, even if you have all the resources and money in the world, actually getting somebody to talk to somebody who needs those that care, it's nearly impossible right now. So is there, what does that look like for us?
And Mayor Pro Tem, I guess I'd have to do some more research specifically on that with the co-responders. I know a lot of their stuff obviously deals with mental health, but a certain section of their clientele also deals with chemical dependency issues that I know they're heavily involved with. But let me do some follow-up at all.
Okay. No, I appreciate it. I mean, I think, this is no news to you guys, but that's certainly, there's the crossover in that where folks who had unchecked mental health needs ends up in dependency issues. So trying to balance that and get them the right help, I'm sure is a struggle. The other thing that I'm curious about, so you talked about the legal assistance program. So I was on council when we put that in place. Initially, it was supposed to just be Adams County, and we lobbied that if you were going to do it, it needed to be both counties. With that being said, I'm curious, what kind of success have we seen now that we've had that program in place for a number? I want to say that was the first year that I was on council that got put in place. So we have nearly 4 years of that program in place, and understanding it's changed over time. What kind of use have we seen out of that between the two counties?
And Mayor Pro Tem, you're correct. Initially, I believe it was a program that was for Adams County local governments. We're going to share the cost of an increased level of service for our residents. And we made it very clear that we needed it to cover our entire city, and it was incorporated into that agreement. And I believe Broomfield, City and County of Broomfield, may well have also joined the agreement. So now it's more than just Adams County and our Jefferson County residents, but may well be Broomfield residents as well. And I believe Legal Services has been able to update member organizations, and they may be available if council has an interest in having them present a report at a study session as to the service levels that they have provided to Westminster residents. But either way, we can reach out and get you data if that would be helpful.
I'd be interested in seeing. I mean, with 4 years of taxpayer money going towards these programs, I think it's fair to understand what kind of success that we're seeing from that. And if it's something that we are seeing success, is it something that we should potentially, like we're doing with the co-responders, is that something that we should look at additional funding for? Or potentially the other way if it doesn't look like it's being successful. I appreciate the fact that there's a lot of what I consider getting at the root of the problem solutions here. I'm wondering how much you're going to talk about the other end of it and being able to address shelter resistance and maintaining the law and order piece of this once you kind of cross over that line where people's property or safety is becoming an issue, because we certainly have heard a fair amount of this. I'm sure the public appreciates all this, and we all want to be good neighbors and do our fellow man, but I think we also should address those portions of this equation.
Councilor Baker?
Yeah, I'll be a little more straightforward than my colleague. I sent out an email. Did we get the answers to that?
We did, yes, and I incorporated a lot of the material that I put into today's presentation.
Yeah, I noticed there were some things about the drug use and the mental health issues and the voluntaries, and there were some dollars. Like, how many dollars a year do we spend on this endeavor?
Exactly. I mean, I think
Ballpark.
And I have to turn to our finance director for that.
We may need to provide that as a follow-up, Councilor Baker, and we'll certainly do that. We've got several takeaways that'll produce a staff report, but I'd be hesitant to give you a ballpark. We also have a combination of outside funding sources for our co-responders, so I'd want to really designate how much money our city is receiving from outside sources as well. So we will definitely endeavor to follow up on the items we haven't.
Well, on the way I calculated, it's $250,000 to $300,000 a year, because we have the senior management analyst, right? And we have the navigator, right? And then we have $51,000 for hotel rooms over 2 years.
We also have inbound funds. I think roughly, Chief Hubbard, if you could give a thought or an idea to the co-responders, those are external sources, but we could certainly follow up and give a better outline. But the annual cost is. That might be close enough for what you're thinking about, Councilor Baker.
Okay. And so, as Parks and Rec and Open Space, isn't one of your jobs to defend our parks and open space?
Certainly to.
Well, no,
advocate. Yes.
I need to talk to the council. Because he's not my employee. I think Parks and Rec and Open Space should be defending our open space. And I've not seen that. My question when we had the legal conference that I wanted to ask in open space is there's a difference between sleeping in public and camping. And it's like we've forgotten that. I certainly don't have anybody problem with people sleeping in public. My problem is when they drag in all their junk to my open space and the sun goes down and the rules say, everybody out unless you're walking on the trail, and we don't do anything. My question about the area north of Spanish Oaks is when we obviously got to send our Navigator down there and we got them to leave, why didn't we pick up all that crap? Abandoned, right? Because we got them to leave voluntarily. We didn't arrest them. It was not a criminal trespass. We had no obligation to keep their stuff safe. So why didn't we dispose of it? And when I was down there at 5:30, all the stuff was there. And as far as I'm concerned, it's a magnet saying, come on down.
Well, I certainly appreciate the feedback, and we've been responsive in taking care of the vegetation, trash, tumbleweeds, and so forth, and the abandoned camper vehicle. We've gotten a fair amount done in the last week, and we need to respond to items that have been abandoned and other trash from those one or two sites that have moved on. We'll be addressing those very, very rapidly.
The largest camping site is abandoned now, and it will require, I think, a contractor to come in and clean it up because there's some dangerous-
Obviously, there's human waste
Yeah, there's some
in
not
the
good stuff.
area.
Yeah. And then one of the abandoned campsites, apparently the woman called 911 and was, that's what I heard is that we're looking to make sure that her possessions aren't just disposed of, that they're properly taken care of. So that's the other one. 3 of the individuals accepted the hotel accommodations, but they grew up in the neighborhood and they're likely to want to come.
Right, which is why we need to get rid of their stuff.
Yeah.
And if somebody's concerned about their friend's stuff, they can certainly go down and pick it up. Especially if their friend asks them to, because then they've got legal authority to recover their friend's items. But we need to act quickly on this. And we're not doing that. And this whole thing about the 8th Amendment, to me, that's sleeping. To me, that's a whole separate issue than camping. And I think we should defend our open space. And I don't think we're doing that now. I would assume, we're not a social service organization. Okay? And it's like we've quite understandably, because of our compassion, because of our care, because of our concern, we've drifted into this. And we need to drift back out. Well, we need to take bold steps back. We absolutely need to respect people's rights. We can't have our law enforcement rousting people sleeping on park benches and things like that. But when people violate the rules of our open space, there's only one place you can camp in Westminster, and that's Stanley Lake. And we have very straightforward, long-standing prescribed rules for that. Okay? When these people go into our open space and we stand there and allow it, that's just wrong. And these are scary things they're doing to the neighbors. I mean, we talk about quality of life. If I'm a 65-year-old woman and I'm afraid to walk the Little Dry Creek Trail, that's a quality of life issue. And we need to take bold steps out of this. If we spent $250,000, $300,000, helped 55 people, a lot, and we have 50 on hold, that means we spent $2,500 on every one of them, right? $2,500 of taxpayers' money, And what we've gotten in 2 years is twice as many people. We haven't gone the right way on this issue at all. We've gotten twice as many homeless people, from 110 to guesstimate of 200, right?
That we know of.
So all we're doing is encouraging them. That's another wrong step. We have a county who has social services. This is their responsibility. I think we should expect them to hold up their responsibility. We can have a transition time. I certainly don't have a beef with that. We have an obligation in our city to make our residents safe. And I don't think we've done that with this. Thank you.
Councilor Emmons, Seymour, Mayor Pro Tem, and Azadi.
Changing directions, for the number of clients to the number of navigators, how was that number determined?
That was just through research that Kate undertook to find what best practices indicated in terms of what is the considered best, sort of the right percentage.
Okay, because I really wholeheartedly feel that's a really low number for an individual, because we have GALs that are representing our juveniles at risk that have 150 caseloads, right? Now, CASAs as a volunteer position help that. So I wouldn't necessarily advocate for 150 clients. At best, maybe 60, 70, but I really think that we're shooting low on the number of clients to the number of navigators that we have. So I'd like us to kind of look at that and reconsider that. On the staff report, you had the number that were disabled, and in total that equated to 60 people that were disabled. That's more than what we have in our system. So I'm wondering, 100% disabled? Is it like out of the people that were listed, 51, it said that 27 have a disability, physical disability.
Okay.
21 are diagnosed with chronic health conditions such as cancer, lung disease. 12 have a developmental disability. That leads to 60 individuals with a disability in total. So I'm looking for how many of the 51 adults have a disability. That would lead me to 110% of people with that means everyone is disabled. Is that?
No, because some of them have comorbidities, so they might have, they have multiple issues that they're dealing with. So one individual might fit into 3 of those categories or more.
That would make more sense, because by the way it's presented, it sounds like there's more than 100.
No, definitely not. And really it points to why you need more navigators, because these individuals are really complicated and they have so many different things going on that one person takes so much effort to help them, because they're not just dealing with a chemical dependency. They're not just dealing with mental health. They're not just dealing with chronic illness. They've got all of the above plus more things. So I think Kate is online and she could address both of those issues that you brought up, if you don't mind.
If she has.
Kate, are you there?
I am here. Are you able to hear me?
Loud and clear.
Okay. So yes, it is a matter of comorbidity that more than each individual may have more than one of those diagnoses. And so that does complicate as far as what type of housing is needed, what type of vouchers are available, what eligibility they may have, and what is the risk of death, which is how literal homelessness is in fact prioritized. It's based on the Vulnerability Index survey that's conducted by the Navigator. And that places people in line for federal housing across the entire state of Colorado based on what is the risk of dying while on the streets. And the more instances of different disabilities, mental health issues, chronic health conditions, substance use disorder, all of that plays a role in what is the likelihood of this person needing to get into housing sooner rather than later. That said, we'd like for everybody to be indoors and off the streets and out of the parks and out of open space. But it is a limited resource. So when it comes to permanent supportive housing provided through the federal government's HUD financing, that is how housing is prioritized, to answer an earlier question. What am I overlooking on the more recent question there?
Kate, if you could address the number of clients per Navigator, the 13 to 1 or 25 to 1.
That comes out of several HUD studies that have found that that is what it takes to get people housed and provide the level of case management and support to stabilize them, to successfully transition them into housing. While it seems probably odd to most of us, if you've been living outdoors for years, moving back indoors can also be a difficult change to take. And so oftentimes there's additional levels of support needed that you yourself, I myself wouldn't have in moving from one house to another. But people living outdoors do face more challenges around being used to an indoor environment and transitioning back into what we would consider more normalized housing situations.
Thank you, Kate.
Thank you.
Councilor Moore?
Thank you, Mayor. A couple things I'd like to address. Councilor Baker, you talk about a return on an investment. There is no such thing when you deal with human capital. It's not possible. If we would have spent no money in the last 2 years, we still would have had this situation. And our county partners, if they're listening, it's not that they don't care. They don't care. So we have to decide what continuum we're going to process on. And I have no problem with taking a compassionate approach of giving someone an opportunity to make a decision. But then we need to move to the next stage. And if we've offered that and we have 19 individuals, let's just use some of these numbers, 19 individuals out of our current case, and they've been worked with and made offers, and they set up an encampment, then we need to trespass them because they've gone through that continuum and been offered to help. And if they're unable or unwilling to do that, then we should enforce our laws. I agree with that. But for us to, in reality, it'd be nice to say, this isn't on us, let our county partners do it. It's the same thing when we had a report to say we should get money from the schools to help pay for our SROs. That doesn't happen. So we can wish and want all we would like to from a budgetary standpoint or even a services standpoint, but we know that that's just not going to happen. I kind of have a disagreement too on the process of it, and this is just a small sample of homelessness across the entire area. But if Arvada decides to boot everybody out, where do you think they're going to come? We have to deal with that too. And we can't just put them on the train and send them down to Denver, even though that happens coming the other direction for our partners in Arvada and some during the train session. So we can't take this in a microcosm, but I do believe we have to defend our residents and their property rights as well too. And so when we have permanent encampments and it becomes a health issue for our residents, then we have to deal with that. I know the resources that some of our police officers, especially Officer Goslin, did a great job in contacting people and getting them to move on and then pick up their stuff and we keep going. But I think that we do have to defend our residents, but we can take a continuum that will move us forward. I do want to make a statement in that if we're looking at these numbers and where some of these people are at, is that we continually talk about the cost of housing creating homelessness. But if we have individuals who are unable to work to begin with, they're not going to have housing anyway. So I want to, that I believe is a myth from that standpoint with the chronic homeless that we have to deal with. Transitional, yes, I understand that there's an issue from that standpoint, but I'm supportive of having the ability to move people to a permanent situation if they refuse that help we have to defend our residents, and we have to defend our open spaces, and we have to defend the quality of life in our city too. So I think we can do a and is kind of situation.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Kind of jumping off of what you said, I would like to address some of your statements. For one, I look at this from a couple different lenses. One, I think it's unfair. I understand the garbage and stuff, but when you're dealing with somebody who has mental health, this is their stuff. This is their life. I mean, I don't know if you've ever been in a situation where you're living paycheck to paycheck and you lose your job, but I certainly have. So I have some empathy for what we're looking at, and in trying to make every effort possible to get folks back on their feet, or to get people who, quite frankly, are never going to be capable to do certain things on their own, the resources in order to live the most fulfilling life possible. I think in our society, I think that makes sense, and I think the majority of the people who pay taxes in the city of Westminster would be behind that, and I certainly would want that to be the first step. So for whatever we need to do to be able to get better and more efficient on these efforts, I say I'm all behind it. The other thing that I would ask Councilor Baker, you to give some grace to our staff. The last 4 years, as this is increased with homelessness, this is an issue that I have certainly railed on, that we aren't doing the next step when it isn't taken care of. And quite frankly, even some of these steps that we're taking now, there wasn't as good of a process. What I saw in the last week with staff going down and addressing what we heard last week is more work than I've seen in 4 years, quite frankly. And that is not to, by any means, demean the work of Kate, because Kate is amazing. She is an asset to this city. I wish that we had 4 more of her or more. But but the reality is we've had a council and the leadership in the majority for the last, since I've been here, that did not want to address this. And it was all affordable housing. I understand affordable housing is a component of it, but there are multiple components of this that just simple housing isn't going to fix, even when you start talking about trying to get folks who have been outside living into that housing. I mean, it's a complex thing. So when you say that you're willing to give a buffer, I would ask you to understand, at least since you've been gone and I've been here, this is more action than we've seen. And I'm glad to see that we actually have a council who wants to have a holistic solution that addresses what we can do to stop it, to try to give people the opportunity, to take some resources, and then to say, okay, now we have to go to that next step, because I think that that's the proper thing to do. And then I think Councilor Seymour said it great. Then we move into making sure that we're defending the property rights and safety of our residents. Obviously I would also expect if there's a safety concern prior to that, then you've already crossed into a different part of the law where I would expect our law enforcement to step in. But if they're simply living outside, we need to take those steps in order to try to address it in that kind of manner, in my opinion.
Councilor Zadi?
Thank you, Mayor. I have many questions, but a couple comments. Just to echo what some of my colleagues have said, basically the concept is a continuum, right? Like Councilor Seymour said, it's not, the solution out of this is not to ban the encampments, right? So like I've mentioned before, this conference that I just went to last week, 2,000 plus counselors across the country, most of them have this issue in their cities. And they all gave their stories as to what they've been doing, what has worked, what hasn't worked. What hasn't worked consistently is banning encampments. That's not how you get rid of it. That just moves the problem to a different neighborhood. And those same people will probably come back eventually anyway, because we haven't addressed the issue. The real issue here, the number one by far, and you can confirm or deny this, but the number one issue by far is affordable housing, the shortage of it. We are 7 million units short nationwide. Colorado has a big chunk of that. And the affordability crisis across, as we know, everything right now doesn't help. People have lost jobs. people have mental health issues, as you heard and saw in the presentation, substance abuse issue, divorce, right, is a big cause. A lot of divorces during the pandemic have left many people homeless. Domestic abuse. There's so many causes and comorbidities that approaching this in a serial manner, meaning, okay, let's do some of this whole holistic stuff, and if it doesn't work, then we ban them. That's not the answer either. It needs to be a continuous continuum, right? Where it takes time because, like he said, it's very complicated to handle this. And my first question would be on the navigators. If she has done, I think you said 46, she has helped to house 46. Why wouldn't we be talking more right now about getting more navigators? Don't we need more?
We definitely need more navigators. There's no question about it, because it requires that level of patience and ability to connect with individuals who are hard to connect with. You have to be very gentle and you have to build a relationship, and then you build trust to the point where they then ask for the help. And that, yes, there's definitely a need. One navigator with that big of a caseload, it guarantees burnout and turnover, which we don't want to do.
We want a long-term solution to this. So we know that we cannot ban our way to end homelessness, but we also can't let the encampment go on forever, right? So some kind of holistic solution in the middle that's continuous, that takes time, is the answer. But sheltering is the ultimate answer, right? Getting those people connected to not just the mental resources and the engagement care that they need, but also housing them. So to me, when I hear those stats of, well, this one person has housed 46 people, then to Councilor Smith's point, or Emmett's, point, yeah, maybe she can do more, but then we also definitely need more navigators, right? So imagine what we could do if we had 3 or 4 of these people. We can address this much faster, much more long-term than a short-term, myopic, okay, ban for a few months, and then we see the problem come back. So that's one. So thanks for that. Co-responders. I think we've talked about how can we get more co-responders. I know it's a budget issue. Is there something else holding us back? Is there another barrier that I don't know of that's holding us back from getting more co-responders?
Counselor, I don't know if I'm the best person to ask for that, but I would say no. I would say that the budget's a piece of it, and we've brought on a 3rd co-responder through another grant through CRC, as well as a case manager, and then we also have a supervisor. So we have 3 co-responders. The last co-responder that just started is in training right now. So we're working through some of those issues. And I think part of it too is understanding, one, where we want this to go long-term. What department it should ultimately land with, if it stays in the police department, fire department, what that looks like, as well as trying to understand what is a good number for us. Is it 3? Is it 6? What especially if we're going to bring them on city staff, or if we continue down that road, what that looks like long-term. So we're not, having too many and not enough services, or vice versa.
So is it a matter of us just allocating more money in the budget process towards that? Like how can we actually tactically get this moving too?
It is, and that's one of the things on the table for tonight, is to receive direction from council on maintaining our current level of resources, adding additional resources, or reducing resources if it's the will and direction of the city council. So we're accumulating this, and whatever the direction is, what we would typically do is provide a menu of choices, kind of a better, best set of options. And of course, as with any budget decision, council knows there are always trade-offs. The needs always outstrip the resources. And so it'll be something for council to address from a resource standpoint and its vision for addressing the issue. So thank you.
So that leads to my next question on ARPA funding. So a lot of these cities are using ARPA funding to address homelessness in many creative different ways. Is this a discussion we're planning to have soon in terms of how we want to?
We've already allocated all of our ARPA dollars.
Even the second half that hasn't that's coming in.
Yeah,
Budget.
yeah, because we looked at the whole, we used it as an income replacement, so then if I'm explaining this wrong, please stop me. So we backfilled our losses. So then we were able to take that, which was a permissible use. So we used the ARPA dollars to backfill our loss of income sales tax wise. So then we could take those dollars and allocate them to specific programs, which then we did in last year's allocation.
Do we know how much went to homelessness?
If I may, Councilor Seymour, another thing I'd like to add to that, and you heard that from one of our state lobbyists, the ARPA funds being one-time monies versus commitment to homeless navigator remediation services, kind of an ongoing piece. And perhaps it's time for a review of what has been allocated as described by Councilor Seymour. We can do that.
Our co-responders are grant funded so far. And the bad thing about grants is that they run out. And then what do you do?
All of them? How many do we have?
So the three full-time co-responders, yes, are all grant funded.
I think they're funded through next year, Chief. Do I have that right?
Two of them are funded through 23, yes. Still a question on the third, how long that's gonna go.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks. The Denver Star program is interesting to me. How much do you know about it? So I was just reading about it and it seems very successful. They just added another 2 million to the, or 4 million. So they started with a $200,000 budget, right? A van, 6 people, or health experts, and they get dispatched. So I think they've made 10,000 calls in the last year. So now their budget is 4 million, and they've like doubled or tripled the number of people who get dispatched to these homelessness calls. And now our Aurora is replicating that program and starting their own because of the success of that. And many other cities are looking at that. Is the Homeless Navigator sort of the functions that she is tasked with? That's most of that, right? But that's not the health piece. That's really the co-responder. So the co-responder covers the mental health part, but not all the other parts of the Navigator. So the two of them combined kind of make this one program.
I would say
that's how I should be thinking about it.
Pretty accurate. Yeah, I think you nailed it.
Are we looking at our neighbors like that, like that program, and seeing how we can tap into what they're doing and including us, like that STAR program?
I would definitely say from the public safety side of it, we're in partnership with the fire department looking at that. And I think if we could bring a program like that in-house, we absolutely would. One of the pieces that we're trying to hurdle right now is the actual co-responder, the actual mental health person is not a city employee with them. So it's one of the pieces that we're looking at. How do we deal with the mental health, the record keeping aspect of it, the oversight with the mental health person, and how do we bring that in-house to make sure that we're still in compliance, but they're still city employees. So the STAR program, as much as we would like to model after that, and we think that's a viable program for PD, fire, and for the city. This is one man's opinion, but we've looked at that. But that is one area that we still need to find a solution for, is that mental health piece of it, and how we bring that person inside the city with still outside oversight, if that makes sense, from a mental health capacity.
I think it's the database, isn't it, that needs to be kept separated from police enforcement or police.
That too. We definitely, right now, it's all kept off-site. We don't have access to that. We don't want access to it. They're not criminal justice records, that piece of it. So we would solution that too. But as it relates to licensing, the clinicians and that piece of it, there's oversight there through, like our paramedics, their oversight, this would be grain of salt, but their oversight comes from a doctor at a hospital. We would have to have something similar like that set up with the clinicians that are out in the field if we bring them in-house, some type of medical or behavioral oversight with those persons, if that makes sense.
In-house would be beneficial because of the efficiencies gained from having it all in one shop, right?
I would think so. We just don't want to create a larger bureaucracy with other layers that we're not accounting for, yes.
Okay, and last question on the city code on, so we have a code that bans or that prevents us from having homeless shelter within city limits. Do you have more information on that specifically? And what is the specific parameters around that?
Director Downing, would you?
There's the man.
No, I'm afraid I'm not the man. I know this issue came up 5 years ago when one of the churches in historic Westminster wanted to allow camping in the parking lot and use of indoor facilities in the church building itself, bathroom facilities and the like. We had a lot of discussion on that, a lot of neighborhood opposition. And I believe, Mr. Frankel, that our current code precludes that or does not address it, as I recall. And because it's a land use issue that does not specifically allow that type of use, it's not allowed.
And I think part of it, Mr. Downing, is the residential zone districts.
Correct.
Because in that scenario, the churches were locating their facilities within residential zone districts. And I think having sheltering within a residential zone district wasn't allowed under the code.
Correct.
So that was part of how
it wasn't specifically allowed.
right, by not being specifically allowed, but also by the nature of where the churches are in Westminster.
Correct.
In residential zone districts.
So none of them could apply this last year for what Colorado was doing and allowing the parking from sunset to sometime in the early morning, that they could park in a church parking lot?
The inquiries that we had for parking uses predated the most recent events, Mayor. So we could, I think we could look at whether that was a different model that might be more compatible. But it was an analysis that we undertook, as Mr. Downing indicated, at least 3 to 4 years ago.
Close to 5, I believe. Yeah,
They've got big parking lots.
they do. And they're in residential areas.
Most of them are.
Yeah.
Not all. We've got one in business.
And that could be an opportunity, honestly, where it wasn't overlapping with residential zoning.
They're the ones that opened up during the fire because we didn't, so they did and had 200 people show up. I forget who's, Councilor Zadi, are you done?
One last question. The pandemic has led to this exodus of commercial property. Generally, it may be coming back for some businesses now. If we have an empty commercial building, are there city codes that prevent us from reusing that, at least temporarily, as shelter?
Well, again, it would be a zoning issue. I mean, what I imagine when you say empty facilities, we're talking commercial big boxes, that sort of thing.
Office buildings even.
Office buildings, correct. Current zoning would not allow a residential use in a commercial area. So we would have to work through that with the attorney's office.
Plus, we don't own them.
Privately owned.
Hey, thanks.
Mayor Pro Tem.
On the note of the co-responders and navigators, that's something that it's most recent as our strat planning, I think, asked about increasing funding on those areas and making sure that they're sustaining. And I know that conversation is ongoing. So I assume that that's something on the priority list.
We also felt that this session tonight would further inform the council in whole as to the levels of need and also your consensus on desires.
Yeah, I certainly would continue to advocate that those remain priorities in our budget.
Councilor Baker.
Yeah, a lot of this is based on what we've seen in our lives, okay? I've dealt with the unhoused for decades. In my work life, I worked in some of the less desirable sections of Denver and Aurora. I think part of my objection to this stems, first of all, it's not one of our core services. I don't think it's what the city's supposed to be doing. The city's supposed to be doing roads, police, and fire, and parks. Those are our core services. Second of all, do you really think these people are first timers? I think most of the unhoused have been through the system multiple times. That's my experience. Okay? And a lot of them cannot be fixed. They're not going to be able to re-enter our society. That's why we have the social safety net. That's why we have federal programs and state programs and county social services. Because the challenges they have mean that for whatever reason, they don't want to share the same lives that we live. They don't want the responsibilities. They don't want all the work. They don't want the hassle. They like to live as a free spirit. I've known many of them. And I have no problem with that. My problem is when we as a city don't follow our own laws to the detriment of our citizens. I don't think commercial or office buildings would like a bunch of unhoused people camping in their parking lot. I think they'd worry about the safety of things in their cars or their cars. I think it would be a place where customers wouldn't want to go. It's like we want to ignore the truly negative consequences that we have of this. And over the past 2 years, even though we've doubled our effort on this thing, have we half the problem? No, the problem's doubled. And I don't think that's a function of the culture. I think that's a function of we're inviting more people here because Westminster will help them. Thanks.
Councilor Emmons and Mayor Pro Tem.
Councilor Baker, I hear what you're saying. I understand and echo my colleagues when it comes to private property and individual rights. And I'm going to push back on you a little bit that yeah, you're correct. In the general sense, homelessness is not our core service. However, policing is our core service, which inadvertently affects our ability to operate our core service on addressing homeless needs and issues. And so while I feel it's not a direct service, I think it's an inadvertent process that we need to look at to make sure that we are effectively servicing our residents safely and effectively. So in that regard, I think having our co-responders and our navigators are important because they help alleviate the strain on our system when we have an emergency response that is critical to a school or to individual's home or a larger event. Those services then our policing are directed to those more emergent services, whereas we have our navigators on staff that are able to focus on other issues as well to help alleviate that priority on that core service. So I agree with you. I hear you in that regard. But I also think that we need to look at kind of a bigger picture more holistically on that. So.
But have our efforts for the last 2 years improved the problem? Or have they doubled the problem? Maybe we're going the wrong direction.
I hear you on that. I just feel like a lot of it could be environmental. outside of our hands, right? We're talking about our courts being backed up. We heard tonight 400 plus cases. That means that people aren't getting the services and the resources that they need. It's not just in the court system. It's in our community reach center. It's in our mental health. It's in our counseling. Like, it is literally across the board societal problem that then trickles down into everything that could or may not potentially affect homelessness. So I do hear you. I get it. But I think that we got to look bottom up and top down.
Mayor Pro Tem?
I would add some other context in my view. Like, I could drive from north to south of Colorado and see far more homeless encampments than I've ever seen in my lifetime, and I've lived here my entire life. I went to visit Aurora, and I mean, the amount of different camps that you see off the highway, I mean, it's just amazing. So I can't say that. I would say that our efforts have gone nowhere, considering the entire state, and some of where they do have these kind of services, or the city of Denver. I mean, you can't walk through the city of Denver and not trip over an encampment. As much as they shuffle them around, they're still there. So, I mean, for whatever successes they've had, they certainly seem to have far more. And I agree with you about, I'm a core services person. However, like, we're still gonna, I mean, we have to solve for something. We have to connect these people to those services. The county isn't coming out here and doing it for us. And the residents are calling our police department, our parks department, because that's where they're at. And then, what would you have them do? Just dump them off to the county? I mean, I feel like that connector has actually been pretty substantially well used. I don't see it as any different if somebody calls me and it's outside of our stead and I say, let me get you from somebody from CDOT. I certainly will do that. I'm not the kind of counselor who just says that's a CDOT problem, call them. I don't think that serves our residents well, and I don't think it solves the problem.
Just a second, I'm writing a note. Go ahead.
It's not like I want to cut everything off, okay? I mean, we can go ahead and we can continue the Navigator program. I wouldn't feel that. But I think the focus of it should be, we should try to extract ourselves from this. And at the same time, I think we need to be vigorous, just like Counselor Seymour said. We need to be vigorous. And when they've had their one or two chances, at sundown, when the lights go down, I would like to see our Parks and Rec people out there defending the property. And if someone's on the property, they say, property closes at sundown, we need you to leave. I don't think that's too much to ask, and I think that's what our residents expect. If we want to have navigators for another year or two, and see, because I think this will always be with us. This will always be with us. For all our noble thoughts and good efforts and virtue, we ain't gonna fix this. This is not something Westminster's gonna fix. So we need to balance the efforts we do with protection of our citizens who live here and their really quality of life. And that takes vigor enforcement. Just follow our rules. Don't make up new rules. Don't really differentially enforce the rules. Don't have favorite groups that you allow to bend the rules. Just everyone follow the same rules. And I think that's what we expect of all our citizens of the United States. Just follow the rules.
I don't feel like anybody here is saying not to do that. We're saying give a path where you're giving a warning and then the rule. Like I've heard you many times, Counselor Baker, stick up for people who are, that some people would rather the book be thrown at. So all we're saying is, at least all I'm saying is, give them a reasonable path to move forward. And I think you're right. We're not going to solve this because the human condition is always going to include brokenness this side of the grave. And so I don't disagree with you. However, we're always going to have to deal with this. And I think that there's no problem in having some humanity in the way with which we do it. But I agree with you. Once you've been given those chances, then we need to do something. But we also need to be realistic that we might see those same people in the same position in a month or in a week. And so we need to be able to have these resources in my mind. So I feel like we're talking in circles, but at the same time, we probably have the majority of agreement about what we want to do.
Okay, then let's give them the guidance.
Did I see your hand?
I can pass.
Okay, I haven't spoken yet and I have notes. So, first of all, I want to share all of the encampments I know about. And we have the 80th Avenue along the railroad to 73rd and Bradburn. You've heard from those people just as much, if not more, than we ever did from Spanish Oaks. 71st and Hooker, when we went to the Medusa Art Studio grand opening, my heart bled for them. There is a huge encampment there. I can't even imagine trying to run a brand new business. I saw where it's located. If there's children in the apartments, that they're right behind. And if there is drug use and needles and all of that, it's not humane for the people that are in the apartments living there. That needs to be looked at. US 36, the west side, you'd have to go to the Sink apartments, go clear back to where the railroad crossing is, get out of your car, walk across the railroad tracks on the west side. That's the easiest way to get to it. Otherwise, you have to park on 108th and walk through the open space across the lake. That's not a lake, but it used to be. Because it used to be one tent. It's up to at least 3 to 5. And I can't tell if the person housed there is just making a bigger area or if there's more people there, but he's there or they're there. And then there's several when I've done the point in time with Kate. A couple of times we did one during, it was called something else, but it doesn't matter. There's several encampments along that ditch, north of Walmart, south of whatever subdivision is there. When you go into 96, you have to go straight to the south where there's the townhomes, and you can find several there. So there's some encampments I know about. It's going to take, to me, communication, because you don't know where to look. The navigator doesn't know where to go. It's like graffiti. If we don't state it, we don't know where, it's not going to get fixed. So the whole thing I've heard all night, it's around communication. It's around, we have a sign in my park because we had a stabbing 43 years ago with gang. And so my park sign says no one's allowed after 9 p.m. Why don't we, if we have protocols in place that are in our ordinance, why don't we have signs in our open spaces that state? And in a huge one, it's going to have several signs because people come from the roadway or the trails, lots of different places that we connect. We have a wonderful trail system, but those signs had better be placed there. So when the police come to say, here's the rules and give that first communication, I pray to God there's a sign there that they should have read if they can read, so he can point to that. And it's not just picking on anybody, it's what our rules are. We have the partnership with the Arvada. That's couple years away, probably at least, but that's a start. And that is a program I believe in because they're much like Growing Home. There's no handouts. It's a program you have to follow. And either you want help or you don't. If you don't, you don't get into the program. And I know through our Westy Cares faith-based group that we have our pastors that can tell you exactly where to take people that do want to accept help that are alcoholic and have those issues. and where they'll be accepted and have a hotel room for free as long as they follow the rules. Westminster Cares, 9 years ago when we got started with Westminster Cares with the faith-based business or community, this was the first thing we tackled. And we're 9 years out and nothing, we can't get around code enforcement. At first, they just wanted, we were coming into winter, and on those days it was going to be freezing. Could they open their doors so that they can have warmth and not freeze to death? Could on winter or summer days when it's 105 and they wanted to offer lemonade or water and be able to come out of the heat? We couldn't get around the code enforcement. That was our first 3 meetings, was code enforcement. So we've got to figure out what can we do with code enforcement for even the smallest first steps, that you have a community that's tried to help. Some of these faith-based groups are now going to other cities that are helping feed people on a Tuesday or Thursday night, I forget. And they're doing barbecues. And so at least these folks have one stable dinner a night. We have in historic Westminster, we have churches down there that every Thursday night, they have meals. You're welcome. Anybody's welcome. And they do get the homeless there. The small homes, I wake, he knows when I wake up at night at 2, 3 in the morning and wake up the next day and go, I have solutions. Small homes, look at what they've done with small homes. I've seen ingenious things they've done for getting people out of the weather and being able to serve people. And while, again, it's getting a person to get stable so that they can go to the next level. More navigators, yes, we need more navigators. What can we do with the base group? They've tried to help, and I some days I think they quit asking me because we've said no for 9 years. I have a meeting with them March 31st, if anybody cares. And we need a process that the public understands. We have to have a process. Here's how we're going to handle things. And everybody knows what the rules are going to be. It's communication, and we haven't had it. Now, I heard them ask for direction. I've heard the big thing is more navigators. I will just throw out 2 navigators. Does this group think 2 navigators would help to look at in the budget?
I think going more navigators is going the wrong way.
I understand that. They're asking for direction. I heard navigators was one of them. You're a no. And I don't care the number. Tell me the number you want.
No, then.
No.
I'd like more feedback from the staff before I answer it, because I don't know that too is what it's going to do.
Well, and my question too is if we don't have any more housing available, how will another navigator help if we can't place more people permanently anyway? So that's my, if we would have had another navigator and we could have housed, 1.5, 1.7, two times the people, then that's different, because that's a end in mind. But if we don't have the place to put anybody, and 46 was maxed out as it was, having to wedge those 46 in there, then I'm not sure the value at that point.
Then I would say you all have heard an hour and a half's worth of communication from us. You come back with a plan because you've heard. You can re-listen to all of this. You come back with what you think you've heard, and then we can maybe give you more zeroed in communication.
And I would ask that you pair it with what it would do for us, because I think Councilor Seymour has a good point. If you think that the navigator would have connected to more housing because the housing was there or not, I think that's what we need to know. I would also like to know from the PD if more co-responders, how that affects the situation. Because I know we're at the 3 now. We want to figure out how to permanently fund those. If we're talking about these positions, that's the other one that we've heard loud and clear that we could use more benefit from, especially if we're going to put that up to the fire department. I would imagine that that's going to increase the load.
May I respond to that, Mayor? Thank you for the questions. Tomas, could you or Kate address the question of could more Navigator support lead to more permanent housing? As Councilor Seymour begs the question of, will those additional resources get people into long-term housing, or is there a bottleneck there, sir?
Well, I want Kate to address this as well, but I do believe that a big part of the problem is people's lives are in this chaotic state, and the Navigators help connect them to resources that helps to stabilize their lives. They won't be successful in housing if they don't have the supportive services that surround them. And we're talking primarily about the chronically homeless, the ones that are really stuck in this life. And so by having additional Navigators that can build those relationships of trust and then connect them to the support services, the chances of them then successfully moving into supportive housing, permanent housing, go way up. So it's not an either or. You need both housing and you need the connecting to these supportive services in order for it to be successful. My understanding is that there are housing options out there, and we happen to have a genius in Ashley who can connect people to those resources, and she's aware of where they are. And because of the database, we have this, really robust database that helps them track where every single opportunity is. And there are opportunities, and there will be more. Kate, please correct what I've said if I've said it wrong, and add to it if you could.
Okay, thank you. So one thing to be aware of is that our neighboring jurisdictions that started out with one Navigator increased their Navigators and found that they were able to get more people housed, and more rapidly, because they've got more people going out and making those connections, and able to go out in teams so that they're able to cover when one person's on vacation or out ill, and that relationship doesn't falter because somebody's not answering the phone for a period of time. Although I have tried to take care of those calls when the Navigator has been out. But as Tomas pointed out, there is definitely a level of expertise needed in terms of knowing what all the different resources are and how to navigate through those resources. It is a complex system. One of the benefits we do have is that there have been more housing vouchers becoming available, and being able to establish relationship with landlords that are willing to accept those vouchers. Because while, yes, we do have people experiencing chronic homelessness with those comorbidities I mentioned that do need permanent supportive housing, we also have people who aren't yet to that chronic homeless stage. And the sooner we can get them housed, the better. And they don't necessarily need permanent supportive housing. They might simply need affordable housing and be able to get a job once they get in there, and then be able to self-sustain over time. But right now, we've got a bottleneck with the Navigator not being able to get more clients into the database and work with more clients, because the people she's working with are time intensive, and an additional Navigator would allow for that wait list to go down while people are getting housed. Did that answer the question or raise others?
Thank you.
Councilor Baker?
I think it also needs to be paired with signs on every open space. It needs to be followed with follow-through when there's any report of someone camping. Because we're not against sleeping in public, that's fine. But camping is a whole different animal. And if they have a whole bunch of stuff with them, they're not sleeping. And we need to make that promise to our residents.
Communication.
Mayor, I wonder if, based on the response from Tomas and Kate, I think what you heard is our navigator doesn't have an inability to place people, but an inability to serve the waiting list. So there's that supply and demand issue I think we've outlined here. I wonder if that might change the direction for us to respond to you with a plan that is an increase in homeless navigators if we might bring that to you.
I'd like to amend to maybe adding one additional.
I'd be willing to look at the plan.
I would go with one, but I would also, if you bring a plan back, I think one other thing that's been nice that we've changed with Mayor's direction since she's taken the gavel back is some of that reporting monthly. And so whatever interactions that you guys are getting, that we get more of a time and point, because I know you're consistently doing this work. So if we're able to get more of a heat map monthly that shows us where this is, I think if we do add one, it would be nice, to Councilor Baker's point, how is this changing the equation? Because I think this is new enough, and you have one person. If you added another one and we're seeing increases in the parks and we're still placing people but seeing increases of new people, then I think that we do need to look at it. I'm just not there right now. So that's where I'm at. I would be willing to add one, but if I understand the want to bring a plan back.
Yeah, plan and I concur with that, Mayor Pro Tem, and that, and also with Councilor Baker, is that, and the mayor, it's that whole continuum. Let's look at the Navigator plan and in addition, signs, warning, camping, cleanup.
And I would like to understand Councilor Baker's cost holistically on what we're spending on this type of program.
Councilor Zadi?
I think it's fair on the transparency point to have more reporting, more frequent reporting. I'd go with 2, but I'd settle for 1. If more is better than nothing, right? So yeah, I would second the idea on the transparency, the reporting monthly. Then we can see the effect of adding the 1, and then maybe add more later if we see it is actually working.
And to me, it can just be the information. You don't have to come and present every month. If we hit a critical point and you need to come back to us, especially with the plan or whatever, then that's different. But I read all the reports, information only that we get, and they're always good. So if that's easier for you, I just think just that communication back to us would be good. Do you need anything else? I think you heard clearly at least 1.
We did. I won't repeat back all the bullet points. We've recorded those. I've got them here in my notes. And I do sense that there's an urgency, obviously, to serve the residents and to take this initiative forward. I'd like to propose that our staff produce an informational report and follow up to this study session item that'll be in writing that will include the various things that we've talked about. I won't repeat them back again. And then we will prepare a formal council action that parallels to that to occur, I think, probably late in the month of April would be my estimate in terms of council accepting, amending, or rejecting the plan as it is. And then our staff will be able to implement that direction from you. Do I have that right?
And as you plan, if we gave direction that was totally doesn't work, we need to know that too. It's okay to tell us, this is crazy, here's what we really need to do in some order. We need honesty, and we need the experts of the chief and you folks doing the job to know what it is. And it's time to go because I've talked too much today.
Thank you. We appreciate this.
Thank you very much.
10:48 and our meeting is adjourned.
Well, good discussion.
Thank you. When you can't talk, that's why you have the gavel.